post that she knows that I'm almost famous. Neck bang bang, and we dangerous remaining. Time steady changing. I don't know these niggas, and I don't wanna know them. This girl just want that big moment, so she can blow it. That's bogus, but I don't tell her what's what. Don't wanna be stuck, cause she's so starstruck. Wanna be around us, but I just rather play the field, rather keep it real, rather take you out, rather tell you how I feel, and show you that this game is for real. Cause I know that you're in love, you're looking for a star. Walked all this way to find a man with a car, hanging at the bar, champagne, caviar. No, you never seen a nigga like this, like this. You never seen a nigga like this, like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this, like this. You never seen a nigga like this, like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this. So quit it, you spend seconds, hours, minutes working on your fitness for a nigga to witness. Go quit it, I ain't tripping. You ain't the baddest bitch I'll ever meet. The homie said he already beat in the backseat of a Honda Jeep. So the whole shit you can really keep him so cold on him, so cold on him. You homies in the feds, cause bitch niggas done told on him. Seen them boys in the streets and did a lot more, just stole on them. Niggas know the pan when they feel the heat of that stove on them. Send the hell, the Lord don't want them. When these girls from church Sunday morning, Saturday was out pouring. Show me a worthy opponent, show me a match. No nigga, I'll face mine. Now my mind, no hang time. That's MJ on the baseline. Girl, I know that you're in love, you're looking for a star. Walked all this way to find a man with a car, hanging at the bar, champagne, caviar. No, you never seen a nigga like this.
Wanna see my cars on flatbeds. Hey, this is a recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling suicide one bionic glue, and got Superman powers with a trash new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbeds. Hey, this is a recession, selling that crack, yeah. sound one bionic glue. And got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my damn lawyer. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects and Hollywood ain't accepting no niggas.
All right, sorry about that, family. Sorry about that. All right. Hopefully we'll stop spinning. Okay. Sorry about that, family. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Jesse will be back here shortly. He just had to go do something, so I'm going to go ahead and start getting it together. I apologize about the brief interlude. The internet's kind of... Yeah, I got to...
Stay in the studio on here. Restart the whole computer. Start the internet too.
Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. Hold on a second, family. Hold on. You should be able to see. I'll take off my glasses real quick so I can see. Okay, well, if you're seeing me and we're still running, so... Got this shit, so... Hold on one second, okay? Don't go anywhere if you're in here. Okay, I don't know what's going on. But please forgive us. We're having technical difficulties right now. And Jesse will be back, so I don't really see it. Okay, now it's running again. Um, I didn't really see it doing anything, and now it is. So let me see. Okay, I'm only adding myself right now just so that um, just in case something terrible. Just in case. Um, sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this computer, but it seems to run and I don't know. It's not plugged in because it is plugged in. Who knows? It just keeps going. So internet seems good, although it's not staying plugged in and charged. So let's see. Because it's not saying it's staying plugged in. Well, anyway, while we're here, welcome to Frontline Black News. Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry. Jesse be back. I don't know what's going on over here in the Black House. So just bear with us. We come back. We're gonna have to take a brief interlude and probably restart this whole shit. So we're probably gonna take like maybe 10 minutes out as soon as it comes back to restart it. So don't go nowhere, little eyeballs that are watching. Um, we have a heavy show today. Okay, so let me read the topics real quick. So, Front Line Blacc News, welcome. Season 3, Episode 13. It's going to be me, Jesse, Shabaka, probably Ramel, Tyrone, and a couple other people. Our topics tonight are going to be Tangibles 2023, Tangibles 2024. We're going to talk about me officially filing for Aurora City Council in November in 2023. The Colorado Municipal Election. I didn't know. California Reparations Task Force public hearing meeting on Thursday, 29th. Go over FBA DOA descendants of American slaves, students and Biden student loan forgiveness, SCOTUS, white supremacist Daniel Penny pleads not guilty to or unhoused Jordan Neely on New York City Subway. Update on Ralph in Kansas City, Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri, an unhoused neighbor sweeps, and a Jonathan Majors update. Well, I'm glad he threw that in there for me. So as you can see, we're still ending. And I just wanted, as soon as he gets back, we'll probably have to take a quick 10-minute interlude to reset and he has to redo everything. I don't know what happened. I don't know. The computer says not right now, so you can't see anything. So know that you got to run downstairs and throw the laundry in. Like to go haywire. So this is my fault. Like I did it, but I didn't do it. I swear to God, I didn't touch nothing. I don't know what happened actually, to be honest. I think that I don't want to say it's the heat. I don't want to say I don't know what the fuck happened. Computer just crashed, and then the internet was acting funny and it doesn't look like it's charging. I don't know where to plug it in at. It's not. You know what I mean. I don't know what else to do except to move out the fucking way as soon as he gets here. That's the only thing I know how to do. Let's see who else is talking to me. Probably Shabaka. Let's see. Shabaka's not in the studio yet. He's running late. Okay. Just says we don't have time. Yeah, I got it. I read it. I read all the topics. We don't have time to start over, he says. So when he gets over here, I'm just gonna scoot out of the way and let him fix it because I would hate for the show to shut down. Let's see, Shabaka's. I think it's Shabaka. Okay. All right, Shabaka.
Hey, what's going on?
I don't know what's going on right now. I can't really hear you because the computer's acting funny, but I'm on the tablet, so I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's them and the shadow band and them.
Hold on, Shabaka. Hold on. The computer's acting funny. Just lost Shabaka. The computer's acting funny. If you hear me, Shabaka, may or may not have to shut it down. I'm not sure. Jesse keeps saying no. He doesn't want to shut it down because he put in a lot of work to get this going. However, we might have to restart it. He just doesn't want to, and I don't blame him because we're already 27 minutes in. So just be prepared that we might have to shut it down and restart it because the computer crashed or something. I don't know. It just started acting funny. Yeah, the way it looks like I
Okay, can
came
you hear
over
me?
and put the bad juju on it.
Oh, good. All right, but as you know, they got this artificial intelligence, taking over this stuff that I've been monitoring off
Yeah,
the
but I
West
don't think
Coast
that
for
has
the last
anything to do with
couple
the
of days.
computer and the internet over here.
Okay. Okay, it could
Saying
be,
that
AI itself.
our whole show just went black, and I can only get myself up even though I'm in the studio.
Okay, and how's your internet connection?
The internet connection seems strong right now, but it's acting funny, and then the
You
computer says, "I'm sorry, people, bear with me. I lost your back again. Bear with me, family. Hold on, don't give up." We got a nice little program tonight, so a lot of information to give out, a lot of conversations to be had. So I'm looking really excited to it. And like I said, Jesse worked really hard to put this little broadcast together every Saturday, so he doesn't want to lose 30 minutes just because the internet's messing up or the computer or whatever's going on. I don't know. So bear with me, folks. Yeah, so I guess I'll kill some time. I filed for City Council at Large. We're going to talk about that as one of the topics, but not before tangibles. And I do have to say something to this one bride who had something to say about tangibles and her speaking on it. You wouldn't be speaking that shit, Medine, about tangibles because, first of all, you don't even know where that shit came from. And we've been talking about it for 3 motherfucking years and not longer that we've been doing Front Line Blacc News. This has definitely been talking about it longer. And if you tuned in every Saturday, you would know where tangibles come from. And just because you think it's a wave now to use it, it's not. So just so you know, I'm checking you now. Don't be acting stupid in the free thing zone, thinking you're gonna be funny because you're not cute. It's not funny. You're just another tokenizer. You know what I mean? So another way to tokenize somebody else's work. I'm saying that. How about that? Do something. Anyway, I don't like when people check Jesse on something that he's been doing actively, repetitively for years, and then all of a sudden you think you have an in on it and you don't. So just keep that in mind. You're just a nobody. Actually, you're a seat warmer for when that other motherfucker want to have somebody on his broadcast to talk some whack ass shit. So you just sit next to him and just entertain his ideas. Why don't you just stop with all your bullshit? I hate when you come at him like that. Anyway. Well, Black First Family, how is everybody doing? I hope everybody is well. We are in a very cheery mood. I'm pretty excited, happy. Sorry you get to see me up close like this. I'm holding the tablet, but really I'm looking at the computer. I'm just holding the seat down until Jesse comes, and then I'm gonna tray up and go sit over there real quick, like fixes everything. Because, like I said, he worked really hard to put our little broadcast together every Saturday. So, his work is not to be just thrown out the window. You don't want to lose 30 minutes. So, we got a nice little broadcast. I hope you heard the topics. But if not, let me run through them again. We're going to talk about tangibles 2023, 2024. And then, like I said, you don't own shit. You don't get to speak on nothing, especially when you've been tokenized and you wouldn't go after your money. So you don't get to say nothing. Just to go ahead and warm that seat up that you like to sit in every other day on the free thing. So do your job, do that. Go ahead and act pro-Black when you want to, and inclusive any other time. Stop it. Now, let's see. We're gonna talk about my filing for City Council, the election in City Council. We're gonna talk about the California Reparations Task Force, the last public hearing. We go through that. We're going to talk about SCOTUS and their overturning of Affirmative Action and what that means and what it doesn't mean for us. And how it appears for college admissions. Did Affirmative Action actually benefit FBA and DOAS? No. Loan forgiveness struck down by SCOTUS. white supremacist Daniel Penny pleads not guilty to killing Jordan Neely. I don't know how he could do that. Unhoused neighbor news, or unhoused neighbor. I'm sorry, Michael Jackson impersonator Neely or Jordan Neely, excuse me. On New York Subway when he killed that man. We have an update on Ralph Yurl Case in Kansas City, Missouri. Unhoused neighbor news, unhoused neighbor sweeps, and a Jonathan Majors update, which I'm kind of stoked about. Guess I didn't know about that either, so I'm kind of thankful. Kind of like talking about him. And just just random conversations. Shabak will be joining us here shortly again, and hopefully we'll have other little guests come on. I'm pretty stoked. We're in a pretty good mood, and everything's gonna roll smoothly. I'm just holding it down. I want to talk about tangibles though, and how us Black family we should hold our vote for tangibles, and Democrats should not be getting the vote. The Black vote is for sale. It's for sale. No reparations, no vote. That should be off top. It's election season, so they're gonna try to. I think they're committing political suicide with all this extra shit that they're doing. But that's just me. I learned a lot today, catching up in the Black House. So we were on our podcast diet, and pretty excited. So pretty excited to have these little discussions, especially when it came down to the latest news that's happened this week. Pretty excited. I can't wait till we talk about the Reparations Task Force thing. Other than that, so your girls decided to run, and you could donate if you want to because your girl needs a new power chair badly. So I'm gonna have to be going to all these little events and stuff. They wanted your girl to kiss the ring, but your girl ain't gonna kiss the ring. Sorry, family, I'm not gonna do it. And what I'm going to be doing with my politics is going to be kind of unorthodox, I guess. But I really don't think we should have to continue to get nothing. And they want me to change up my message, and I don't think I should. I'm not going to do that. So I don't do inclusivities, and I don't do broad and ambiguous conversations. So we're just going to have to deal with. Okay. Right now? You want me to redo that now, Jesse? Hold on a second. Okay. So I'm just bear with me, family. I'm on the tablet, okay? So bear with me. I have to redo this real fast again. I'm in here, so should be okay. Let me see what we're doing. I had to restart it, so bear with me. I had to restart the whole computer and restart the internet again because it's acting foolish. So bear with me. I wasn't intending on being so up close and personal with the camera, but I'm holding the seat down and F1. Okay, bam. So I'm in here. Yeah, so let me just talk about my I was really scared. I didn't want to do it. I felt discouraged when I made a RVA the other night. I was feeling very, very upset because, a lot of people just, they want to say, well, you don't have no name recognition. Woo. What are you standing on? And, we've been doing Front Line Blacc news, and I do the RVA. And so those are Black first platforms. And I don't do inclusivities. You're never going to hear me say Black in anything. It's Black first. Black, Black, biggity Black. Okay. I say that because don't let the shade deflect the message, family. I'm codified and we're at war. So we're at war with everybody. I don't like a lot of things that are happening. And it wasn't really something I wanted to do, but I felt inspired when Jesse ran for mayor. And I worked really hard to help him um, to help him. And I got scared. I got scared because, some things you just can't trust with. You can't trust people, Um, people want me to make phone calls and call people, but I can't necessarily trust if their advice is going to be for the betterment of me helping govern the people, the actual people. So I can't trust because I watched them commit major crimes against humanity against Jesse. These are black people, and plus everybody said community, but where the fuck is this community? Where was the community when I got into my accidents? Where is the community any other time? They're only available when it's convenient for them or with the people they like. And unfortunately, nobody's ever been really a fan of the doll, so I don't care. Okay, they want me to talk about everybody else is running, and I don't care what they're talking about either. The reason I don't care is because if they were going to make substantial moves for black people, they would have done it already. It seems like black people are always going to be on the bottom, and in my world, in Jesse's world, that's not what we want. We don't want that at all. And I get emotional when I have to think that I would have to submit, and I can't. You're not going to get me to do it. I feel like when people talk to me, they got to give me reasons that's got to behoove me to move a certain way. And nothing they're talking about, that any of these politicians that sit in these seats are talking about, really moves me. Okay? It's all a bunch of lies and propaganda, and it's always a fucking agenda. And it's never the agenda of the black agenda. So, yeah, they want me not to talk about the black agenda. They don't want me to talk about it. I want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. I don't care. I still want to talk about it. So, and I'm going to talk about it. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on a second. I'm talking to Jesse real quick. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So, sorry. I had to I have to keep in touch with Jesse, so that he knows what's going on. And apparently, we're having little technical difficulties over here. So I don't understand what's really going on, because apparently everything looks like everything looks good. So I don't understand why it's acting this way. I have no idea why it's acting this way. Hold on. So trying to see why it's not functioning correctly. Let's see. One second. Okay, well, at least we know it's running. So I'm running it from in here, but it's acting stupid. Can't wait till he hurries ahead, he gets back in here. But he's doing laundry, and the laundry was full when he started, and then it's working, and you know what I mean? So Let's see. I can't wait till he comes back. Yeah, so I filed. It was quite the experience. Everything seemed to be working out good. I did everything. I had a long little discussion with the people in the municipal building. I asked a lot of questions that couldn't get answered on the phone. I went through the website again. And see, the thing is that when before I filed, I read everything on their Aurora website. So I read all the charters, the statutes, everything that's on there. And I had so many questions, but everything was really vague. And then they have a AI chat, and the AI chat acts like you can't ask it shit either. So I was glad I got to see a regular person, and I was glad I got to discuss some stuff with them. Hold on, everybody. If you're trying to get into the studio, you're gonna have to wait, just because it's loading and the computer's acting like it's not plugged in, and it is clearly plugged in. Clearly. So I'm just waiting. Yeah, it was acting kind of like whatever. So I got a lot of questions answered. I felt pretty excited. When I got back, I was pretty proud of myself because it's a big step. I didn't think they were going to approve it really, and I was thinking of all kinds of reasons why they would say no, I couldn't do it, but they didn't. I just have one little tiny thing to do, and that's hopefully I can get it done. Hoping my brother gives me some money so I could do it. Other than that, I'm not really worried about anything else, because prior to me filing, I was making moves out there to get ready to go out later and get my name on the ballot and stuff like that, get the signatures together and stuff. Aurora is like my when we came out here from California, we moved to Aurora. So you might as well just call me Miss Aurora, just like Mr. Denver, you know what I mean? So I got to drive around a little bit, and the thing I didn't like about what I saw in Aurora was all this gentrification and how things had just been tore down and rebuilt up into something else. I was looking for like this old ass little motel that was stuck in between a McDonald's and something else, and it's kind of hoodish. I was looking for it yesterday when I was out there, and I think they tore that down. I was like, man, what the hell is that about? You know what I mean? I noticed that by the bus depot they put up a hotel. It's just a lot of things they did. I just didn't. That was like, oh my god, it's all this gentrification, and they say like, where's the black people? Well, I kind of figured it out. You know, it's gonna be okay. I'm not really concerned about what the other people are talking about. I just think that some of them just need to get out the seat. Let's just try to correct some stuff. You know, try to do things. And I'm pretty excited. You might as well just call me the lady version of Eric Mays. I'm like that. Jesse will be here shortly. Let's see. Everything's acting funny. Everything is acting funny on the computer. So right now we're just running this off the tablet. Don't worry, the show's gonna get started here shortly. Pretty excited. Can't wait to talk about tangibles. I think like earlier when I was talking to that lady about tangibles, because she tried to clown Jesse. They're always trying to clown, but then when we're in the free think zone, nope. Okay, here he comes. So give me a second, family. Yeah, remember, it's not charging now. Oh, now it is. Okay. Hold on. Jesse's back. So everything should be working according to plan. I don't know. He's gonna pop back in. He kept popping out. Just the names haven't changed on the thing. It says Seduction Doll, like if I was ready to argue or something.
Yeah, that's put that banner because you were holding down the show.
Well, Jesse's back, so I'm gonna go ahead and give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna put my headphones and stuff
technical
on.
difficulties. My apologies, Black Family.
Yeah, they can't hear you. Well, I can hear you on the tablet, but yeah. So I've been holding down. I was killing time talking about nothing.
Okay. Yeah, I was listening.
Sorry, family. We gotta wait for the man to come back because he knows how to fix things. He's back. Go ahead and put my headphones on. Mel isn't called back either. I tried. I ain't sent him a text message. Okay, family. Give me like a couple, like 2 minutes so I can get myself together, and I'll be right here on camera. Okay. I haven't done tangibles either because the computer wouldn't do right. I did read the topics over and over again.
All right. Thank y'all for tuning in. It's echoing like really bad. Thank you. Did you go on mute? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank y'all for tuning in to this episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Kruma. Lady Che is our other host. Thank you, Lady Che, for holding it down. And we will be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey, of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-host and co-executive producer of. And on tonight's show, as Lady Che already alluded to, the topics are, we're going to start off with the tangibles. Tangibles 2023, tangibles 2024. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. We're demanding something tangible for our vote. So any politician, including Lady Che, who is seeking your vote, demand something tangible for your vote. Stop just voting just to be voting. Stop voting because the white-owned media told you to go out and vote. Vote because you have an agenda and a cause, and that agenda and that cause is reparations. And that agenda is Black First, the Black First agenda, B1. So back in 2020, been a long time, family. We've been doing this for a very long time. Back in 2020, a brother by the name of Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we were going to demand, meaning foundational Black Americans, were going to demand from the political system, two-party system, from the Democrats and the Republicans in the next presidential election. At that time, it was 2020. Now the next presidential election is in 2024. So nothing has changed except the year. Everything else remains the same. So I'm going to read that, and then we'll do a discussion on it. The 2024 presidential elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups that often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2023, it's Tangibles 2023. And next year, when we have the next presidential election, it'll be Tangibles 2024. All right, so what are your thoughts, Lady Cherry? I'm going to go on mute so it doesn't echo.
I feel like this. Hopefully it's not echoing in my headphones. So hold on. But it's over there. You can hear it over there. Yeah, don't vote for symbolism. I'm not when I'm asking for your vote, or I'm asking for the vote in Aurora, but I'm going to offer tangibles to every faction or every community. However, I'm going to offer tangibles to foundational Black Americans first. You know, that's where we are. We're at war, and foundational Black Americans in the city of Aurora have needs, and they need things. And it's not too far. It's not a stretch to give Black people what they need. When you're running for office, you know, they want you to be inclusive and do for everybody. And yet, when Black people do for Black people, it's a problem. And then Black people try to make it seem like it's a problem from Black politicians. And that's because the other Black politicians have ruined it for anybody else trying to do the right thing. A lot of these people in the city of Denver and Aurora didn't have a Black agenda. Thankfully, to the New Black Media, shout out to the New Black Media and everybody who's in there. We're just message boosters too. But we thoroughly are with the New Black Media message, and it has been for a long, long time. Don't let the shade deflect the message. Just because you see me for 3 years doesn't mean that I'm not with it and I'm not on it. The thing is that I believe thoroughly in reparations, lineage-based reparations, cash-based reparations, for foundational Black Americans, descendants, chattel slavery. And I believe that no matter what anybody says, I'm still going to throw a Black agenda up there. And it's going to be very clear, very thorough, because there's things that need to happen. We need a crime bill. We need an Amber Alert. We need punishment. The police need to be punished. You know, we need specific hate crime bills for us. A lot of things need to happen, and we've been pushed underneath the bus and hidden and not been given anything, but not even crumbs lately. And yet these politicians expect our vote. Well, sadly, and not really, the Black vote is for sale. And even if I'm running, you should expect tangibles from me. What can I tangibly give you? You know, you don't want to see intangibles. We want to, and no symbolism. And thankfully, you know, that the Frontline campaign, Jesse, me, whatever, we're actually running a Black agenda. We're actually going to do that. And you can't convince me otherwise. So It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter if they call me bad names, say a racist, whatever. It doesn't matter. I want to offer us, Foundation Black Americans, descendants of chattel slavery, tangibles in the city of Aurora. Okay? In the city of Aurora, while I get to do it. I don't believe in symbolism. I don't believe in broad and ambiguous terms.
Hold it down. I gotta
And I
reset
don't
the
believe in
internet again.
continuously beating around the bush and pretending. So that's what's been going on. And if I get a chance to do something like I've been doing on the other boards that I sit on, I'm going to do that. Yes, I understand there's other constituents and whatnot, but they're going to offer symbolisms and pacifying discussion. When I worked on Jesse's stuff, we were writing serious things to change Denver. And everybody took off with it, stole our intellectual property, moved their chess pieces politically, didn't give out the proper dues, you know, and not even a shot out. You know what I mean? So no symbolism is coming from
Greetings,
teenagers. So
okay, can you see me? Can you hear me?
What I can actually think I can do, what I want to do, what I'm going to produce, and I want credit for everything I work on because I don't want nobody to steal my shit no more. And if you see something like that is good for the community or good for the city of any city, I want credit for it. Just because everybody works in the House and Senate seats in our city, they just think they can steal from the little person and act like it's theirs. And these people are not necessarily black first. They're just black in color, not black in soul. They're not empowered by being black.
No.
They're just black because they're black, but not because they believe in any kind of revolutionary change. That because they believe in tangibles for the actual community, not like they believe in an actual community. You see what I'm saying? The people, you like to throw that word out there, community, and we should do this, and we should stand together, blah, 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 blah. But as you can tell, no one is doing that, and nothing is reciprocated. We're at war, family. We are at war. And me doing this, I felt inspired by Jesse when in his run, and I'm from the bottom, so I see things that can be changed. And I'm not really caring about what these other people who are sitting in the seats are doing or haven't done, or what they're running on re-election, or what. All I know is that I've been living in a city that is overran by Hispanics. The crime is out of control with them, and black people.
Hey, can I get your because I got my foot stoked here. The nail kit. Or
okay. The police are not getting punished. The other thing is, vote for tangibles. And don't vote because, you know, a politician is just black and he goes to church. Okay? This is another indoctrinated individual, and it's been bought. Right now, you have a chance to see somebody that isn't bought or bossed or won't kiss the ring. I'm actively a victim of racism, white supremacy, and I believe in finding justice in all 9 areas of human activity. You know, so I don't care if anybody agrees with my messaging. I don't care if anybody says what they say. They don't know me. I don't have name recognition.
Tell them the 9 areas.
You get the 9 areas is economics, education, entertainment, politics, labor, law, politics, religion, sex and war. Sex and war. Right, I believe I covered all 9 areas, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I keep mixing them up, but I know all 9 areas. And I believe strongly in the Black.
Okay.
And I believe strongly in a lot of different things, but I want, they say you're not going to win if you put Black people first. It's debatable. It's debatable. The only reason I say that is because I've been watching decades and decades of politics and bad policy. And I feel like, let's try something different. You don't have to agree, but I'm going to show you that I'm good enough to run for City Council at Large. And I'm not going to accept no for an answer when I'm in there. And nobody's going to run me over, and I'm going to have to kiss the ring and side with everybody. This isn't Denver. And no. These people have had plenty of time sitting in the sun, and they haven't done nothing for Black people in the city of Aurora. And that includes inside and outside of jail. So there's a lot of things that can be done, and I think that we should really look into it. Everyone's always talking about reform. And now it's time to step up to the plate. Not everybody's a goddamn criminal. The streets are messed up. Everything's messed up. I got a whole list of things I want to do for the city of Aurora. And I can't stress this enough. Don't let the shade deflect the message. My platform is really Black first. So I understand there's other people. If you see the big shoulder shrug on that. Yeah, the shoulder shrug, because the inclusivity hasn't gotten us nowhere. Right now, currently in the city of Denver, there's an area specifically for the safety of LGBTQ, but yet Black people don't have a sanctuary anywhere in this city. And our city is open to anybody and everybody. Another leapfrog situation with LGBTQ getting a whole little community of their own. And that's unfair. The reason I say it's unfair is because Black people have been asking for a damn community of their own for a long motherfucking time. And have not yet to get it. Every time you ask for something, you gotta get a motherfucking study. We don't need a study. If anybody needs a study, it's themselves. Okay? They just run a study on themselves. We're good. But I think that with me running, I feel like I make a substantial difference for Black Americans in the city of Aurora. I feel very strongly about that. And I get very upset thinking that I'm going to have to leave, put everybody in the back, because I'm not going to do it. And talk about kiss the ring and call people and see if they'll be on my side. You might as well forget about that, because I'm not going to do it. I can't trust them, and I watched what they did with Jesse, and I'm not going to have that hypocrisy. So no, and even if that means running everything by myself, it won't be the first time, and it won't be the last time. And I'm that strong in my conviction. What I saw with Jesse and what they did was try to keep a man in a place they thought he should be in, and they didn't think he should advance in his life, and that is a detriment. And anybody who helped contribute to that is
enemy to our people.
And that including our people. You know, you let this
anybody participated in that as an enemy to our people.
Anybody participated in that, yeah, exactly, is an enemy. And that old coonstress fucking behavior has got to come to a wrap. All you're doing is making it worse for us. And you think you're siding with the white man, and the white man ain't got your back at the end of the day either. So you're just burning your black bridges. Anybody who paved the way to make sure that Jesse never wanted to advance further, you just wasted your motherfucking money. Right? And all you did was upset the balance and this further push this movement along. The frontline campaign will probably have some politician or two in it. When Ramel gets out, he'll run for a Republican somewhere. So, and Jesse will probably find himself again in politics. Me, I feel inspired. I feel inspired. And not only that, I'm from the bottom, the ground. And I have more lived experience than everybody who's running. I can speak on all kinds of topics, from theft to crime to homelessness. I can speak on everything. And I have ideas, including for the other constituents that aren't Black. Okay, the OTBs. Okay? And if nobody wants to stand with it, it's okay. It's when it's ready, you need a whole bunch of people to think about it. I just wanted my message and the fact that I do work in the city on boards that have made changes. So I know that it could happen in Aurora. And look, me and Jesse by himself has done things that have made changes in the city. And no one can take that from him. Me and Jesse working on certain things together have caused changes, good changes in the city of Denver. You know, we sit on boards to make changes. And I feel like I could try this. It's a big step for a person like me. And I'm enthused. And I'm not going to let people in our city rip me down and try to discourage me like they tried to do and in some ways dismantle the Paris campaign. All you did was just open our eyes to what was really going on and expose yourselves for the you just further expose yourself to what you're doing in politics.
Misinformation.
You expose yourself on how you've been spending money.
Misappropriation.
The campaign finances. Yep. What did you say? Just
misappropriation.
Yeah, misappropriating the funds, the misrepresentation of yourselves, the elections department, everything. You've exposed yourself. And if we had more time, we'd go in on it, but we're not going to. But I'll just tell you this, family. Vote for tangibles. I'll hold your vote if you're not getting tangibles. Let the undervote take it. Don't vote for somebody who can't offer you tangibles. Don't vote for them just because they're Black and they don't, and you think because you know the name that they're the right one. Me and Jesse had a very educational website, and then nobody wanted to read, and it's a pity because he had 4 years of work planned out. Some of these people right now that are getting in office, they don't know what the fuck to do with themselves. We knew what we were going to do. And nobody's going to beg for a position anywhere. Why? Because just work ethic and the person he is should have shown everybody what it was. And me, you're going to see it. You're going to get to know me on the campaign trail. So everybody acts like they don't know who I am.
So Aurorians, get registered to vote.
Yeah, Aurorians, you know who I am. So get registered to vote and be ready because, we're going to be taking them signatures. So no games. It's not a game. I will be on the ballot, and we'll be in these little forums, and we'll be doing little interviews and all that extra stuff. And I'm going to fight to try to get in there. And hey, man, I don't really got too many expectations except on me. I know what to expect from me. So I'm gonna let Jesse go ahead and lead us into our next topic, or lead us into Shabaka, giving his view of tangibles.
Yes, greetings, Shabaka.
Hey, what's going on? I'm having a problem with this phone device. And what it is that you all know recently that they've been making these modifications to this artificial intelligence over there with that punk Bill Gates. And then, of course, you are well aware of how the Supreme Court, killed affirmative action.
Yeah, that's one
Which,
of the topics, Shabaka. That's one of the topics.
yes,
But when you logged on, we were talking about tangibles, and then Lady Che went into her campaign. So, what are your thoughts on tangibles,
okay.
and then what are your thoughts on her running for city council at large? She officially filed
Okay,
to
well,
run
with her, okay,
Friday.
that's good. Okay, well, with her running, great, beautiful. With her running,
Uh, we lost you. What did you log on?
and hopefully she'll get up there and, make some changes. And we're quite sure she will make the changes that need to be
Shabaka, we can't hear
that
you.
need to be changed.
Damn it.
It just keep popping out, man. It's bear with us, family. We're gonna do our show regardless. So, like I said, Jesse put in a lot of work today. So we're just gonna keep tag teaming in. As long as one of us is in the studio, we should be okay.
All right, Shabaka, you're back.
Yeah.
Here,
Okay.
so Shabaka.
Okay, no, what it is the artificial intelligence, man. They're shadow banning us, man. They're keying in on us, and this phone is not the best of phones as well, too. And I think my data plan is getting ready to expire until I pay the bill for July. That artificial intelligence does that punk ass shit, So what's happening is that Lady Che will definitely get elected, there to the city of to the city council at large. And from what I understand about Aurora, Colorado, I've lived there briefly, very conservative. The police there, are not too nice. And I remember when they used to put dummies in police cars, sitting there on the highway patrolling, looking like they're patrolling, the highway. And that there, man, that's deceitful tactics. You know what I'm saying? And then it's a waste of the taxpayers' resources because here you got a police car sitting out there with a dummy in it. You see what I'm saying? And suppose that there was an actual emergency around that way there, and that vehicle was needed to deal with the actual emergency, but you got a dummy sitting in there. And so you're having the people think, it's the police. So therefore that's an insult to the people's intelligence right there. And it's deceit is well too. Okay, Brother Che, you there? Lady Che, are you there? Okay, so StreamYard is doing its thing on the tangibles, on everything.
Tag me in it and act like I did something wrong was really fucked up
2100.
because there you go, Shabaka. So we are getting shadow banned, and it's clear that they didn't like me speaking truth to power, and I think Jesse shared that with everybody. But I was getting shadow banned for 44 seconds. They took up a 4-hour show for 44 fucking seconds of nothing except me talking. So that's clear shadow banning. And it was obviously racial because I give it because of my fair skin, speaking black empowerment shit. My fair milky mulatto skin. I'm speaking black shit. They're like, no, they shadow banned me for 44 seconds.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Well,
and then me and Jesse argued about it. We argued with them about it. Yeah, we argued. We fought that. Me and him fought it, and they still didn't make it right. I looked for whatever they said I copyrighted. I looked for it and they didn't. There was nothing there. We had the copyright up and everything. So they were fucking with us. And Jesse said it's because of the race of the speaker, speaking truth to power to truth, truth to power, whatever you want to say it. I was talking black power, and then motherfucker shadow banned me for 44 seconds. Took our 4-hour program off, and I went off. I was like, I want to answer to this. I want to know exactly why you did this. What possessed you to do this? Why do you feel compelled to go strike my our channels? I'm the second co-owner of this page, if you could really say that. You know what I mean? And where did I copyright anything? And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. Did that. And whatever's going on, we didn't get an answer to. Well, it wasn't an adequate answer, I don't think, right? Huh, Jesse? Yeah, me and Jesse fought. They put it back up. I guess they. If they can see me moving, um, it's echoing.
I don't know, but they couldn't hear nothing that you said for like the past 5 minutes. Yes, they can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
For 44 seconds, and I figure it's because I'm fair skinned. Because I
Yes.
wasn't saying anything bad against our people, and I wasn't saying anything bad. And the owner, whatever I showed a clip of, that person didn't exist.
We got 5 people watching.
Where? I don't see anybody watching.
I see it. It's 5 people and all 4.
Well, hello, little eyeballs. Yes, I figured it was that. I figured they were just trying to tell me that, we don't want this light skinned motherfucker talking about black empowerment. Oh well. 44 seconds, they took off a 4-hour show. The audacity. And then I kept writing, like, I want that owner to talk to me.
Yeah.
I'll be an answer.
Are you having issues with your internet?
Yeah, man, and his phone, man. But I believe what it is, brother, is this is all part of the shadow ban and the artificial intelligence, that is doing this. Is because what's happening is everybody, starting getting wise to them and their BS. And then I even saw it on mainstream media where the dude who runs Chat GPT you know, is talking about he's very, very concerned, you know, about this shadow banning and all of that. But the thing is that what these dumbheads don't realize is that they
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
You hear me? Just breaking up.
Breaking up real bad, Sebastian. All right, continue, Lady Shay.
No, go ahead. Move us to a new topic. Move us to a topic, baby.
All right, so congratulations, Lady Shay, on officially filing to run for City Council at-Large in Aurora. The whole Frontline campaign is behind you, and we will win.
Yeah, right. We're gonna win.
So the next topic is the California Reparations Task Force had their last public hearing meeting on Thursday, June 29, 2023. So we are going to go over that.
Yeah, I guess they wouldn't take your phone calls.
Yes, about that.
I don't like the shadow banning that they do, and I didn't get the notification till late. By the time I tuned in, it was already 2 hours into it. So I'm just gonna catch up right now. But what I did see, I was just highly upset that you couldn't call in. I guess it's because people.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what they do.
Really
you see, and then on top of it, they don't want to give us no exposure, and particularly for services, you know, that we're paying for. You see what I mean? And then just like on the like page that we have for Seduction Black Experience in Hand, I'm seeing a bunch of advertisement up on there. You know, that's kind of contradicting our narrative, but ain't nobody giving us shit. you see what I'm saying? So, and you know, I'm getting ready to start taking an issue with that, because, you know, we don't mind people coming up there sharing on.
I'll be back in the studio.
You're out.
Yep, I popped back out.
They're purposely doing this shit.
I don't know why it's doing that. It's the first time it's been like this in a while. It wouldn't have been no better at my house either.
I can't hear nothing.
Exactly. Show must go on, family. Like I said, just
super slow.
Keeps popping me back out. So just go ahead. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
All
it's the internet acting stupid.
Yeah. I'm right here, family. I'm right behind Jesse. There's just Jesse's still organized department. But I'm right here, so.
I begin calling the roll with the chair. Present. Chair Moore is present. Vice Chair Brown. Present. Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Grills. Present. Member Grills is present. Member Bradford. Here. Member Bradford is present. Member Jones Sawyer. Here. Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis. Here. Member Lewis is present. Member Holder. Member Holder is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Here. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki. Here. Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. It requires 5 for a quorum. There are 9 members present. A quorum has been established. Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson, and welcome members of the public to the California Reparations Task Force last hearing before we sunset July 1. I will now turn to public comment, which will last for 30 minutes. And I will turn to my task force members to ascertain whether we want public comment to be 2 minutes or 1 minute. We'll do 1 minute to maximize as many people as possible. I'll now turn to Aisha Martin Walton to resume the agenda. Good morning, everyone. welcome to the final task force meeting of this amazing 2-year process. Thank you all for coming out. We will start the public comment process. And
hold on.
You just gotta put the copyright up, or else.
Flags.
Or else.
Fair use YouTube for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. 1976.
We follow the rules for the moment.
Just know that the task force, as always, wants to hear from everyone. The public comment period, as Chair Moore indicated, will be 30 minutes this morning, and each person will have 1 moment to speak. Please be advised that in fairness to everyone, at the 1 moment mark, you may be politely interrupted. The mic is to the left, and I have cue cards, so please, if you'll just kind of look at me for a moment. We want to just make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So we will begin with our numbering. Cherise Cryer, Laura Murrell, Reggie Domain, Lakeisha Milner, Donnie Brown, and Pastor Tony Pierce. If you could please line up, we'll get started. Cherise Cryer, Laura Murrell, Reggie Romaine, Lakeisha Milner, Donnie Brown, and Pastor Tony Pierce. Okay, good morning. Ms. Cryer, you may begin.
Good morning, Task Force and DOJ members of the public. I stand here representing the nameless, the faceless, people you will never meet, whose lives were impacted by the work of this task force. I stand here representing generations of Black Cooks, Cryers, Weathers, Rogers, Spurlocks, who were enslaved and never paid, who were overworked, beaten, raped, stolen from, lied to, who never got the promise of 40 acres and a mule, who never received equal pay, equal treatment, and did not benefit from affirmative action or the promises of America, liberty, and justice for all. To Governor Newsom, I don't think you have any idea what you have done. You have changed the course of history. This will begin a right or wrong that began centuries ago. To Dr. Weber, you deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. Last weekend, my family held a reunion / Juneteenth celebration in Geneva, Texas. Some of these people you will never see. Some of you don't even know where Geneva is. During the program, an elder asked if anyone wanted to share, and of course I got up to talk about reparations and what's going on in California. And my call to my family was, you can get reparations too, okay? So this is going to impact not just lives in California, but lives across the nation, and I want to thank you for what you've done.
Thank you, Ms. Cryer. Next speaker, Ms. Morrell, Lori Morrell. Okay, we will move on. Reggie Romaine.
Go ahead, double R. Double R in the building.
Final lap. It's the final lap for this year. This Reparations Task Force. I appreciate y'all. But y'all opened up a whole can of worms. I'm gonna tell you this. Reparations is about repair. To me, I qualify. I'm gonna tell you how you repair this. First of all, America, from the evidence that they gave us, you're guilty. We in 1619, we was eating foo-foo. You kidnapped us, put a hate crime on us. That was the first one. Then you came here with all other atrocities. When you brought us here, you raped our men, women, and kids. So therefore, you married us. Don't treat us like no cheap piece of meat. So therefore, our last name is American. So now's the time for a divorce. What do you get in divorce? You get half the money, half the land, alimony, child support, attorney fees, and everything else. So that's what we want. And I tell you this, go to 1%.org. 1619 is the new party. Forget these Democrats and Republicans. We all Black, and we going for blackness. And we gonna go give reparations to anybody from 1619. First day as a president, we'll give reparations.
Thank
There ain't no Obama, ain't no more.
Thank you so much.
And politics.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out this morning. Okay, next speaker should be Lakeisha Milner. Good morning.
Again, I just want to say, as far as reparations, we've already tried this. There's no reason for us to keep proving what has already been proven. There's no reason for you to say, we don't have enough money. We don't have money. We don't care if we don't have money. We have a debt that needs to be paid. It needs to be paid. Okay, we're still paying taxes. Our people have already worked. They've already given you stuff. And then you wonder, oh, but we're not a part of slavery. Why aren't you a part of slavery? Are you not reaping the benefits? Because we're reaping the benefits of what happened to our people. And it was horrific, and it's still horrific. Thank you. Next speaker, Donnie Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Today is a day of celebration. Today is a day of rejoicing because this has been a task force that has worked hard, a lot of meetings, and I'd like to say to the governor and the assembly members, do not make this political. Do not make this political.
There's my comment.
Give us our reparations. We have a great proposal, 600 pages of the wrongs. So if you're in this room and you're about reparations, please stand because the world is getting ready to hear us right now. Answer my question. What do we want?
Reparations.
When?
Now.
What do we want?
Reparations.
When?
Now.
What do we want?
Reparations.
When? What do we want? When? What do we want?
Reparations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, Pastor Tony Pierce. You may begin. Good morning.
Yes. Thank you very much. In my hand, I hold a letter of congratulations and appreciation for the hard work of the California African American Blue Ribbon Task Force, including the executive branches of California, namely our governor, Gavin Newsom, the legislatures, especially Senator Bradford and Assemblyman Reggie Jones Sawyer, and our matriarch of this movement, Madam Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber. I want to especially thank each and every one on the California Reparations Task Force. You have all done a tremendous job and service, calling special attention to Madam Chair Camilla Moore and longtime civil rights leader, Vice Chair Dr. Amos Brown. I'm sorry I can't thank each of you personally because you all done so well, especially with the hard work in putting together the economic piece.
Thank you, Pastor Pierce. I'm so sorry to, it is time, your time's up, in fairness to everyone, but thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate your comments, and we need to move to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
I am here because Black disabled are never counted, never protected, nor spoken up for, nor get the service support for job opportunities that need to be thriving people in society. This is why I'm speaking up, because nobody speaks up for us.
Right.
If reparations is passed, it should be non-taxable. And so people on SSI and SSDI and elderly can get the reparations checks without affecting their benefits. But also, it's the right thing to do. Right. Everyone else got, Jews and Japanese have got their share. Same with American Indians. It's only fair.
That's right, sister.
That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Next, we should have Joan Mathis, Deborah Burrows, Sabrina Jefferson, Willie Pitches. I may be pronouncing that incorrectly. I apologize. And V. Stewart, please line up. Please come forward. Good morning.
morning. Good morning. My name is Yvette Stewart Gordon, and I'm here. I would like to thank everyone on the task force. I'm here because I hail from Los Angeles, East Side. My family is from Chula, Mississippi. Viola Wilson Cooper, Catherine Young, and the women before them, they were sharecroppers. They came out here to California looking for a better way to live. And with that, again, we experienced harms. We had family members who have murdered, died during the war on drugs, family members that are currently incarcerated. So I stand here as a proud mother of Madam Chair Camilla Moore. And I want you to know that your ancestors are proud. I'm proud that God gave me the opportunity to have you to be here to champion such momentous task. So I want to say, you know, your family, Rodney, Kirai, Jua, Jeffrey, Victor, Mignon, Bubble, Beanie, Wayne, the village that helped raise you. We are so proud of you, but most of all, the ancestors are proud of you.
Thank you so much for your comments this morning, and thank you for coming to every meeting. All right, next speaker, please.
My name's Willie Pickett, and I've heard a lot of things about what's going to be done with the money. You know, let's don't take the money that's supposed to be given to us and use it as a stimulus package. The state of California got enough money for stimulus package, and the government. And Gavin Newsom, is he here? No, last night he went to the hills of a fire. Well, Gavin Newsom, you want my support. I know you do. But today I need yours. And you're going to need mine later. And I'm talking mine for all of y'all. You're going to need ours later. I'm not saying, I said, Gavin Newsom's going to need our support later. Speak into the mic. Speak into the mic. Gavin Newsom's going to need our support later. That's what I'm saying. Okay? I'm not saying impeach. I'm not saying to not support him. But he's going to run for another term. He doesn't need our support again. And we need his support today. We really, really do. So it's a shame that we're here going up with this over and over and over again. And I hope that, you know, that he don't give a few a check so you all go home.
Thank you.
Please don't let that happen.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Burrows. And I just want to speak on how it affected my family. I was in junior high school in San Francisco. After junior high school in Oakland, they took me out of my junior high school and bused me to an all-white school. My grades went down. My mother owned 3 houses in San Francisco. She didn't know about generational health. No, she was just glad to get it. I'm just speaking for those who didn't get it. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. We should be hearing from Dawn Mathis or Sabrina Jefferson.
Hi, good morning, task force and community. I'm Sabrina Watts Jefferson. I'm speaking on behalf of my enslaved ancestors, my current family, and the African American community. After being denied freedom, education, basic human rights, and our 40 acres and a mule, it's time, our time has come.
That's right.
And I would like to say that to my 4th great grandparents who were born slaves and they were the last ones that were slaves, it's time, our time has come, and this reparations will be making right the many centuries of wrong. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker should be Laura Morrell. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Laura Morrell. I stand on behalf of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. As an organization committed to empowering Black and historically marginalized individuals throughout the region, we fully endorse the comprehensive interim report that sheds light on the enduring consequences of enslavement, racial terror, and the institution of slavery on the lives of African descendant people in America. The interim report unequivocally affirms the immeasurable and detrimental effects of slavery on African Americans' economic, health, educational, social, physical, and psychological well-being. GSUL exists to address these present and historical injustices and systemic barriers faced by African Americans. Reparations serve as a necessary pathway to rectify these historical injustices and dismantle systemic barriers, providing compensation, restitution, and support to those who have endured generations of economic and social disadvantages. I just want to extend our support and to all the members here at the task force. Thank you for your work. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out this morning. Next, we should be hearing from Dr. Trish Crawford, Charlton Curry, Davis, last name, next person, Berkeley, Emmanuel, last name begins with an A. Please come forward. Good morning. Next speaker.
Good morning, task force. My name is Dr. Trish Crawford. I'm a part of California State.
Speaking to the mic.
I'm a part of the California Black Lineage Society and a part of CJAC. In 1849, the first California Convention was held, and one of the biggest heated debates was the state of slavery. Well, legislation passed bills that would ban the immigration of free blacks. And I'm going to tell you, that was then, this is now. Thank you, all task force members, Chairman Camilla Moore, Co-Chair Brown, and Dr. Shirley Weber for the rectify, repair, and restore of the future of ancestral descendants of slaves. Thank you as we move forward in the legislative process. Your framework is great, fantastic, love it. Now let's free those records. Remember, compensation is a part of reparations. Thank you for your hard work and the ancestors.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Charlton Curry. I do a host of a podcast of Dixie Sports. I talk about reparations. I thank the task force. I think you guys are amazing. I thank you for your wisdom. I believe that everybody, you can give that a clap. Everybody that has a hand in making this happen, put your hand on the Bible, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Black Americans helped the United States Union win the Civil War, and they gave the land to the reparations of the other people who lost it. The Southern Confederates. That's not right. We're just asking for things to be done that's proper, that pleases God, not politicians. Fairness is fairness. We need money, land, resources, but the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is what we ask for. And I thank you guys with all my heart, mind, body, and soul. And I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Camilla Berkeley. Thank you all on the task force and everyone here. Really appreciate it. I'm happy to be here. I'm a descendant, Black American, descendant of many slaves. I have their names from ancestry and family members. I just want to say I hope this reparation include our children in foster care, because oversight in foster care is not good. The ombudsman in Sacramento and DOG in Los Angeles is not doing enough. You know, our kids have been taken in foster care without any evidence of abuse or neglect, and we need a public oversight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emmanuel Manfor, and my name resonates with a profound purpose. I'm man for the people. Today I stand before you as a candidate for State Assembly District 6, but I'm not just any candidate. I'm a beacon of unwavering dedication to this noble cause. I issue a clarion call to our elected leaders, urging them to step out from the shadows and rally behind this momentous vision of correction. I've been told that supporting this report publicly in politics can be detrimental to a political career. Well, I didn't plan to become a politician. I plan on becoming a service leader who knows what is right and can stand firmly on what is right.
I live in California. Make sure y'all support this,
our
brother.
representatives have cowered behind a veil of self-righteousness, shying away from embracing this monumental report. California is known to be the predecessor of critical change in this country, so why should this be any different? When the time comes for you to exercise your question for State Assembly District 6, but I'm not just any candidate. I'm a beacon of unwavering dedication to this noble cause. I issue a clarion call that everybody, you can give that a clap. Everybody that has a hand in making this happen, put your hand on the Bible, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Black Americans helped the United States Union win the Civil War, and they gave the land to the reparations of the other people who lost it. The Southern Confederates. That's not right. We're just asking for things to be done that's proper, that pleases God, not politicians. Fairness is
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cornella Berkeley. Thank you all on the task force and everyone here. Really appreciate it. I'm happy to be here. I'm a descendant, Black American, descendant of many slaves. I have their names from ancestry and family members. I just want to say I hope this reparation includes our children in foster care, because oversight in foster care is not good. The husband in Sacramento and DOG and Los Angeles is not doing enough. You know, our kids have been taken foster care without any evidence of abuse or neglect, and we need a public oversight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emmanuel Manfor, and my name resonates with a profound purpose. I'm man for the people. Today I stand before you as a candidate for State Assembly District 6, but I'm not just any candidate. I'm a beacon of unwavering dedication to this noble cause. I issue a clarion call to our elected leaders, urging them to step out from the shadows and rally behind this momentous vision of correction. I've been told that supporting this report publicly in politics can be detrimental to a political career. Well, I didn't plan to become a politician. I plan to becoming a service leader who knows what is right and can stand firm on what is right. Far too often, our representatives have cowered behind a veil of self-righteousness, shying away from embracing this monumental report. California is known to be the predecessor of critical change in this country, so why should this be any different? When the time comes for you to exercise your precious right to vote, let it be an act of conviction rooted in the certainty of knowing who truly stands by your side. Together, let us shape a future where justice prevails. To all the remarkable individuals who have poured their hearts and souls into this report, I extend my deepest gratitude for your unwavering resolve and tireless efforts. Your dedication fuels our collective journey towards a better future.
Thanks for coming out. All right, next group of speakers should have number 19, 20, 20, no, 19, or 22, 23, 24, 25, or 26. That would be Davis, first name, Gail Wilkerson, Elizabeth Jackson, Walter James, Dr. Tanya Burgess, Ken Johnson. Please step forward if I called your name or you have one of those numbers. Please quickly step forward. Good morning. Come on down. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. This is Kim Johnson, and I want to thank you guys for doing what you did. You spent, I think it was 2 years studying this to make sure that it was correct. And now that the final decision has been made, I think what we need to do is some action now. Like, I would like to see you guys give out letters of credit where we can buy property, we can do things instead of waiting. I'm 78 years old. I don't want to wait 2 or 3 years. You did. There's an enormous amount of studies done in every city. Now the state has done it and agrees that we have been harmed, miserably harmed, hurt. And so we need to get paid now. You know, not wait for years and years and years. We waited patiently. So now what I would recommend wholeheartedly is that you give those of us letters of credit so we can, you know, help our families, we can help ourselves, we can build businesses. This is what we need. No more meetings, no more waiting. We need it now.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for coming out. Next speaker, please come forward.
Good morning to all the task force members and lawmakers that might be sitting in the audience today. First of all, I just want to thank the task force for the work that you all have engaged in, and for also having the courage to really engage in this work and to take the good and the bad as you've gone along. I especially say thank you to the only non-African American on this task force, Mr. Don Tamaki, who has been a foe and has really stood up for the people, a true ally in the name of John Grant.
Why the hell y'all
And
giving
I would just
him
like to say that as we move forward to Reggie Jones Sawyer and Senator Stephen Bradford,
he was against the lineage base, he was against cash reparations. How the hell is he a goddamn ally?
Or the Black Housing Advisory Task for the ancestors, that their spirit will guide you all through this process
and the recommendations that will come forth and that will benefit everyone. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks so much. All right. Next speaker should be either Gail Wilkerson, Elizabeth Jackson, or Dr. Tanya Burgess. Good morning.
My name is Gail Wilkerson. I'm here today to stand on the shoulders of my ancestors. Starting my father, who at the age of 14 worked at a funeral home. He was told to throw the black bodies up against the fence and wait until all the whites were processed. My grandparents, my great-grandmother who committed suicide because she couldn't take care of her children after slavery. My father was in the military. We came down. We were steered to East Palo Alto, 2.5 square miles. Originally, it was 13 miles. And Miller Park came on, went around this way, and then Palo Alto the other way. We ended up 2.5 square miles. They didn't want the citizens. They redlined us. We're still there. We're hanging in there. We're trying to keep from being gentrified. And this is what most cities, thank you, that are going up against. And we need it. We need attention. We need the reparation. And please, 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 thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your testimony this morning. Our next speaker should be either Elizabeth Jackson, Walter James, Chantel Bacon. Are you in the audience?
So my name is Stuart Highland, and I'm speaking on behalf of Elizabeth Jackson. She passed her number on me. My name is Stuart Highland. I'm from East Palo Alto, California, in the Bay Area. And we're here, we're well represented by Menlo Park and Bellhaven Cousins. We appreciate the magnificent work that's gone on in this process about engaging the community. But I kind of want to push folks that say politicians maybe aren't the answer. As an organizer, I realize whoever the players are and the stakeholders, I have to work with them. And sometimes I have to push them and encourage them to go forward. You've given us a brilliant foundation for going forward. Our job is to come back up here to Sacramento and make sure this gets done and it's delivered. The brother who made the comment earlier about the credits and some folks that talk about partial payments, there's a way to put the action in motion until we get a more complete and comprehensive solution. We will walk with you all to do that if you walk with us when we come back up here to put the pressure on the folks that are in Sacramento that need to legislate and put the work into action that you've begun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speakers in line should be Chantel Bacon, Patricia McFadden, Nakia Porter, Christian Beer. I'm probably not saying that right. All right, next speaker. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Walter James. I want to start off by saying thank you to the task force. But I want to read a verse from James chapter 2, verse 14 through 16. Of what benefit is it to my brothers if someone says he has faith but does not have the works? That faith cannot save him, can it? If any brothers or sisters are lacking clothing and enough food for the day, yet one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but do not give them what they need for their body, of what benefit is it? So too, faith by itself, without works, is dead. I want to say that my great-grandfather was an escaped slave from Arkansas who ran away to Oklahoma, where my family was a victim of the bombing of Black Wall Street. My family has been continuously persecuted by this state, by this country, for my whole life. Collectively, I see a myriad of people who have the ability to change their life and to change their position here today. My one king will always be God, no other man. For us to rely on Caesar is no point for us to rely. Give Caesar what you owe Caesar, but pay God what you owe God. For us, collectively, we have the power to change our lives, and we need to stop relying on others to do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, next speakers in line should have here numbers 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30.
I'm Dr. Tanya Burgess, and I am number 25. I'm not sure where number 24 is.
You're good.
Okay. On behalf of the Burgess family, I stand here on the shoulders of my ancestors who actually trailblazed in the gold country known as Kelowna. But I am my brother's keeper, and I want to acknowledge my brother Dwayne Lamont Burgess, who's here. He's in support of the work that our younger brother here, John Burgess, has done. And so I'm going to yield my mic to him because he has been a spokesperson for the family. But just let it be clear, he doesn't stand here alone. Thank you.
Okay, you have 30 seconds, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, I'll just say this, since it's brief. Irreparable harm has been done to my family and countless others. Black people don't need more programs. We need an apology, financial repair, and become tax exempt. Create a revenue tax called RTC, which was enacted in 1939.
We don't need no goddamn apology. We need cash motherfucking reparations right now.
Justice Stephen Fields, who brought his brother, drafted these PC statutes from New York during the gold rush. Last and not least, Gavin Newsom.
They did that, I think,
the town chief in the city of Sacramento that still suffers from systemic issues. The last guy fired is another politician. If you are not here, I want to let you know that Black Americans are watching nationwide.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker should have numbers 24 through 30. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Chantel Bacon. I'm representing the Floods, the Hobbs, the Bacons, the Pickens, the Washingtons, the Grant, the Pleads, the Ward, the Fergusons, the Whites, the Spites, and the Battle family. I want to encourage the grassroots reparationists, all those in the movement, our underground city, the clubhouse, FBA Freedmen, American Negro, Street, and Elite, True and Free Black Americans. We are in this for the long haul, so don't fall for the defeatist mindset. No matter the outcome of the California, remember who picked up the baton of Cali House: Fannie Lou Hamer, Carter G. Woodson, Ida B. Wells, Barbara Jordan, John McKissick. It was you. It was us, the descendants. It was those who took the task to do their genealogy, found out foundational Negro Americans. We will continue to get this education and stay involved. Don't let these people railroad us. Juneteenth showed us how those who aren't descendants and aren't foundational American Negroes disrespect our historical lineage. Much like the Nuri Martinez, the Gil Cedillos, the Ron Herreras, the Kevin De Leon, and many others. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence, but thank you for coming out. Thank you so much, everyone.
I like this 1 minute shit, family, but
our next 5 speakers should be the Patricia McFadden, Lakia Porter, Christian Brewer, Scott Turner, or Theodore Harrison. Good morning. Good morning. Keep it welcome, everyone, and thank you to the task force. My name is Lakia Porter. I'm the director of the
shout out to Amend the Mass Media. Coming for my interview. Shout out to you. You did a wonderful job documenting this shit. I gotta be documenting this and putting it out there for the people and letting us get in your chat. You did an amazing job. I'm coming for my interview, family.
Because if the children have a safe home, they're going to thrive. If the children have a loving and supportive family, they're going to thrive. If they're given the resources to see themselves in positive light, they're going to thrive. So as you're putting together the task force, the parents
are leaving comments, little eyeballs. I'm not looking
so
at
them. Worrying about how they're going to feed their children. Proper job.
I don't want to touch the computer before it shuts down.
Giving their God-given talents to the world so that we can all thrive collectively. If the children are seeing that, then they can model that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. Next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia McFadden, and I'm from San Diego, California. My daughter and I came up last night.
Thank you, UTM.
I'd like to thank the Reparations Task Force meeting for all your hard work. It was a very the task that you're doing is fantastic.
I ain't gonna front, family. I don't even want to thank him yet.
What I would like to say
I think they should have more pressure to Gavin Newsom.
It's time for us to reap the rewards from all of the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors.
Y'all letting Gavin Newsom ride on this
shit. A black person in this audience today
political
has not
suicide. The black
experienced
vote.
racism. It's too
Very powerful vote.
How many of y'all
He
experienced
guess he don't want it. I guess he don't have aspirations.
All right, see? It's time for us to reap some of those rewards. If other people reap the rewards, it's time for us to reap the rewards. I'd like to thank you all for all your hard work. Bye-bye. Hi, Monica.
I want to thank the people for all their hard work.
Our last three speakers of this morning. Good morning, sir.
Hello, my name is Christian Beauvoir. You were pretty close. We're almost there. It's a tough one. So much gratitude for you all on this historic day on behalf of myself and all of my ancestors who couldn't be here today. I also want to say that if this state puts barriers to access for our people, we won't be able to access it. That the state will be happy to capitalize on any barriers that there are for our folks to access these reparations. The country has taught us this over and over again. It is the function of anti-Black racism that our time and resources are depleted, and that slavery and the afterlives of slavery have created these conditions. It is the function of violence, anti-Black violence, that small barriers can become insurmountable when we're trying to access the resources that our communities need. So as the task force moves into its next steps, I hope everyone carries this question with them: how many Black people can be excluded and this still be called reparations? 97 of the thousands of people who are involuntarily sterilized in this state.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to cut you off in the middle of your powerful statement, but that's all the time we have.
I don't think she's sorry at all. She really wanted to wrap things up.
Hi, my name is Theodore Harrison. I'm a graduate student at the University of Oregon.
And speak a little bit louder into the mic. I know it's somewhat low.
I'm a graduate student at the University of Oregon. And I wanted to say I congratulate you on all your work. And normally in most things, 80% is planning, 20% is execution. So I'd say it's not fair to you because it's the other way around. What you've done is only 20%. The 80% is ahead of you, right? And so I want to implore the Chairman Moore that her California Freedmen's Bureau, that's where the 80% is. Like the woman spoke about children in foster care. And that, if you think of a recent Supreme Court ruling which gave Native Americans control of their children in foster care, we have to have that same control. Conservatives and Republicans want control of your children, right? Because you don't have a future. We also have to have the control of our education system. So I implore you to make that part of the California Freedmen's Bureau, right? That we have control of our education. It's not fair to you guys, and I admit you've done a wonderful job, but your hardest job is ahead of you. And I implore you to take that energy with all of our support to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming out today and providing public comments. Our last speaker of the morning.
My name is Scott Turner, lifelong resident of the state of California, labor activist. First, I want to thank everybody in this room for the show of solidarity, because we need this going forward. And I'm just going to pose this one little quick question. I might get a little passionate, but how in the heck are we supposed to resolve the issues that stand with us currently and ahead of us if we continue to shelve problems that are from the past, from years past, continuously over and over and over again? We cannot do better. Today is the start of breaking that cycle. I challenge everybody in this room to continue what we are doing. Thank you to the panel. Thank you for the work that you have done. In my labor work, what we do is represent our members, and the resolution is to make these members whole. Effective today, we're making our brothers and sisters whole. I'm going to stop right there because I'm going to keep going for 55 minutes. Bless everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming out this morning. Thank you, everyone. We have reached the allotted time for public comment today, and all the public comments that have been provided over the phone and in person over the past 24 months has been extremely powerful and appreciated by the task force. So with that, I would like to turn the mic back over to Chair Moore. And thank you again for all the public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Walton, for your assistance. The next item on the agenda is item number 3, action item approval of May 6, 2023 meeting minutes. The task force members have had a chance to review. So at this time, the task force member want to entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented or present any amendments. Member Holder, you're recognized. Yeah, I move to approve the minutes. Is there a second? A second. It has been properly moved by Member Holder and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp to approve the May 6, 2023 minutes as presented. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll the Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I will
Yep,
start
no
the roll
reparations, no black
for
vote,
voting on
family.
the approval of the minutes as presented. And I will start
Stand on
with Chair
that.
Moore. Aye. Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford.
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Aye. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and no abstentions.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. The meeting minutes for May 6, 2023 have been approved as presented. The next item on the agenda is item number 4, personal testimony. We've invited a special select few families to provide a personal testimony on the harms that they've endured in the state and to describe what reparations they mean to them when our proposals are turned into legislation. So the first family we'll hear from are the Johnsons. Marion Johnson, are you here with us today? Thank you. You can go to the podium to speak, or you can, wherever you'd like, or you can go to that microphone, but we prefer you to come to the podium. Thank you so much. Each family will have about 5 minutes to share their story.
Good morning to the members of this California Task Force, to Chair Ms. Moore, to Vice Chair Dr. Brown. Thank you for this opportunity to tell our story, a story that had been erased and never presented in any history book, a story of 2 families, one family from Louisiana, another one from Oklahoma. One family landed in San Francisco, the other landed in West Oakland, where the government used eminent domain to snatch our land, and we then landed in Russell City. This is the city where I was born, Hayward, California, and where I was forced out through, again, eminent domain by policies and practices that have been put in place that would eliminate our communities. This was painful for my mother, who sits here, and I'm glad she's still here today to see this. Thank you. They took our land, seized our land, gave us less than pennies on the dollar for our land. Through our research, we found that white business people in that same city were given over $500,000 for their land, where my family on one side was given $1,100, and on the other side only given $2,200. For one side, who had paid $7,500 for their land, they received $2,200. We were forced out into more redline communities, where we suffered from being stripped of resources in our school. I went to a school where books were scribbled in. Desks that I sat at were scratched up. We had to use paper bags to make book covers. That's how bad our books were. Our parks were unattended, our streets unkept. We still to this day have street sweepers that roll through our city streets. I still live in that redlined area and do not clean up the dirt. So this still exists to this day. Not only that, those same communities were over-policed. I have 2 brothers who suffered from the cause of over-policing and were placed in a jail that was purchased with money that the county used when they sold our land that they took from us to buy the land to build the jail they kept my brothers in. Is this fair? No. My house that my mother bought, she purchased the house and was financed by Mason McDuffie, who had a hand in writing the laws that said we could not live in white areas.
So although both my parents worked and had good jobs, my mother was a nurse in the emergency department. My father worked for Alameda County.
Want to live over there with them
they
anyway.
wouldn't allow us to move in their communities. But they sold us a house for twice the price of what they were selling new houses for in a red line community. How did this affect us? It didn't do well. Although we struggled and we were able to maintain and we were resilient, was this fair? No, this was not. And it's still taking place to this day. What this task force is doing today is allowing our voices to be heard. I'm thankful for Artavia Berry, who has helped to build to write the apology from the city of Hayward. Just this week, we received an apology from Alameda County. We received an apology from California Association of Realtors.
What the fuck apology gonna do, ma'am?
Apology alone, as a standalone, is not enough. We need to be repaired, restored, and repaid for all the pain and suffering that we have endured. And we still stand here today as upright citizens of the United States of America. And we deserve to be treated just as well as any other community. Today, this is a grandstand for us. We thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. But let's continue on to get repaired, restored, and repaid for the pain that was inflicted upon our community. Thank you so much for this time. I appreciate it.
Fucking apology, though. I don't want no motherfucking apology. We don't need an apology now, family. Nothing they're going to say is going to take up for any of the shit they've been doing, especially over the last couple of years.
Thank you so much to the Johnson family for sharing your personal testimony with us. Their story was also covered by NBC Meet the Press as well during the Juneteenth holiday. So if anyone's interested in learning more about their story, please follow Meet the Press on their YouTube.
Fuck you too, Dr.
At this time, I'll ask, is Yvette Porter Moore here? Okay, great. Yvette Porter Moore is the next family to represent. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvette Porter Moore, and I'm a native Californian residing in the city of San Diego. It is a true honor to be present here today, and I want to personally thank Camilla Moore, the chair, for inviting me to give testimony on this final day of reparations task force meeting. I also want to recognize my council member, Council President Pro Tem, Monica Montgomery Stepp from San Diego, who represents District 4.
This lady's mixed with.
And I also would like to recognize Dr. Shirley Weber for presenting this bill. Thank you to all the Reparations Task Force members for all the hard work you have done to get us to this point before the final draft is submitted. I'm a genealogist and a public historian and have been tracing my genealogy and other people's genealogy since 2012. The statement is simple. However, my ancestral journey did not begin in 2012. I want to start with a story about myself. I was born on April 8, 1968 in Hollywood, California. When I was born, my birth mother would not look at me, and she was relinquishing me for adoption. On August 18, 1968, my parents, Betty and Walter J. Porter, adopted me and took me home. I was raised in a stable environment with loving parents who were both educators and taught me to appreciate my Black heritage. When I was 8 years old, I was asked by a friend whose mother taught at the same school as my mom, "Are you adopted?" I had no idea what adopted meant and did not know if I were adopted. So I asked my mom, and she said yes. I accepted the answer and eventually asked what adopted meant. My mother shared with me that when I was born, my birth mother was young, Mexican, and could not care for a child. She also stated my father was Black. My mom shared that they looked at all the other children needing homes and they chose me. That answer sufficed until I got much older.
When I was 18, I requested non-identifying information from the adoption agency. The information written was pretty much the same as what my mother shared with me. The additional information the social worker wrote, "You were named Victoria by your mom." I hired a researcher to help me locate my birth parents. Not going into much detail, I found my birth parents' families. I met my maternal grandparents in 1989. My grandfather, Felipe, who looked Native American, invited me into their home to speak with my grandmother, Esther. Esther shared photos and stories about my mother and their family. Esther looked at me and apologized for the choices she made for my birth mother, as she was 15 at the time and I was her second child. However, she told me that they were not proud of their racial attitude, but they made her give me up because I was Black. I later met my birth mother. We have a strained relationship over the years. She later told me that my grandmother Esther said, "We swept you under the rug and you should have been kept there." I met my birth father's family, whose roots were from Noxubee, Mississippi. My birth father, Johnny Roy Mitchell, died in 1974 at the age of 21 from a heroin overdose. He was one of 10 children born to Reverend Jesse E. Mitchell and Frances Paulette. In 1968, an unmarried father did not have the legal rights to the child of the mother who had given birth. My father's family said they knew about me, wanted to keep me, but had no legal rights to take me home. I have traced my biological ancestry and my parents who raised me and their ancestry. I have discovered a wealth of information pertaining to my ancestry research. Number one, Frances Paulette, my paternal grandmother's great-grandfather, Thomas B. Paulette, enslaved our family in Noxubee County, Mississippi. The plantation is preserved and is now named Circle M Plantation. A description of it is a magnificent southern plantation providing fine hunting and fishing, bed and breakfast, romantic getaways, and hosting of weddings in our lovely antebellum home. My mother, Betty Porter's 3 times grandmother, Provella Cully, was a free woman of color in the 1820s in North Carolina. She was given 350 acres of land in Havelock, North Carolina, for which my 2 times great-grandfather, William H. Cully Jr., inherited along with his siblings. Later, it was passed down to the next generation. However, the U.S. government took their property through eminent domain, which included many Black families who had lived on the land of which is now Cherry Point Marine Base. My ancestors were not properly compensated. 10 years ago, I met the great-nephew of my father, Walter Porter. His name was Robert Fulford, who died a few years ago. I met him in Dermott, Arkansas, which is very close in proximity to the county of Lake Providence, Louisiana, where my father was born. Robert was a storyteller and author of various small books that told of his childhood while living on Yellow Bayou Plantation. He shares stories of my dad's half-brother, Jack Porter, and the living and working conditions of being a sharecropper. Jack and his family were treated so badly as tenement farmers. They would always owe the man, and the share that they received was not enough to care for his family, and he would have to yet again borrow from the owner of the farmland. In order to get away from this way of life, Jack had to slip away into the night and move elsewhere. Eventually, Jack migrated to Los Angeles, California, with my grandmother, to my grandmother Helen Bunn's home. I present these stories to you because I have been fortunate enough to have been reunited with my birth family and to learn more about my ancestry. Many adoptees and individuals raised in foster homes may have a difficult time finding their lineage. However, with today's technology and DNA testing, research has been much easier for those who have been cut off from their family ties. Since qualifications for reparations is going to be determined through lineage-based research, there needs to be legislative law changes to open sealed birth and adoption records. We as adoptees, thank you.
and death records.
We as adoptees do not have access to our original birth certificates. We as adoptees have been cut off from our legal rights of claiming our heritage and ancestry. So then what? Can we claim our lineage to our adopted family of African American descent? What if one's parents are not of African American descent, but the adoptee is? Why should adoptees be harmed by this too? I am pleading that the genealogy branch of the new state agency will take the issue into consideration. I read a testimony where it was said that descendants taking DNA tests could be costly. I think we should consider having the test covered through reparations. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm gonna pay just one more family and then I'm gonna cut it because then it goes into
Thank you so much,
the task force people, committee members
incredibly moving and informative.
talking about how thankful they
The
are.
last time we will hear from a person is Elmer Fonza. Elmer Fonza here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My family members are passing out to the board members the journey my family been finding our connection to Nelson Bell, a black gold miner and landowner and a slave in California. My name is Elmer Fonza. I am here to talk about Nelson Bell, a black gold miner and landowner who lived in Coloma, California from 1850 till his death in 1869. He is my third great-grandfather. In 1790, Nelson Bell was born into slavery on the John Gregory Plantation in Mecklenburg, Virginia.
See, we can trace
It was customary during that time for slaves to take the surname of their masters. At the age of 20, Nelson was allowed to marry and have children. In 1816, John Gregory dies, and Nelson and his family were sold. Across the southern states, slaves were generally prohibited by law from entering into any legal binding marriage. The wife and children of Nelson were bought by a man named Mr. Finch, while Nelson was sold to a slave trader and taken to New Orleans. Nelson later became the property of James Sparks and returned to Virginia. At that time, Nelson took a second wife, and after the death of James Sparks in approximately 1820, Nelson became the property of a Mr. Bell. Nelson was valued at $600. It was at that time Nelson took the surname Bell. Between the years 1833 and 1850, Nelson Bell and his wife had 3 sons, Nelson Bell Jr., Philip Bell, my second great-grandfather, and Paul Bell. During that time, his wife and children were sold and taken to Kentucky. In 1850, Nelson came to Coloma, California with Mr. Bell and was given his freedom shortly thereafter. In 1856, a free Nelson Bell purchased several parcels of land, approximately 11 plus acres, in and around the town of Coloma, where he worked driving a water wagon and mining for gold. Nelson died in 1869. The cause of death is unknown since death certificates were not required until 1900. A few days after Nelson's death, his land and personal property were put into probate. Personal property was later sold by a probate administrator, but the sale of his land was not recorded in the probate report. However, the probate report did list his real property as a dwelling house and land adjacent to the town of Coloma, which was bound on the north by Main Street, on the east by Martin Fleming's property, and on the south and west by Jonas Wilder's property. Also, the land fronting Main Street belonging to Nelson had 4 Chinese tenement houses on it valued at $300. The land once owned by Nelson Bell is now part of the California State Park. It is unclear how the state acquired the land once owned by Nelson Bell,
We believed it was by eminent domain. As I look back on my family's journey, I can only imagine the hardships that Nelson Bell must have endured. Living in slavery for more than 60 years, having 2 of his family sold during that time. Unworthy of family love, care, and support. The joy he must have felt upon becoming free prior to the end of the Civil War. He was now able to be paid wages for his labor, own land, and accumulate wealth for his family. Nelson Bell's descendants may have experienced a better quality of life if his wealth was passed on to future generations. There were no effects made by the state of California to contact his sons, Nelson Bell Jr. and Philip Bell, who were both alive and working in Virginia as laborers during 1867. Nelson Bell Jr. died in 1914, still in Virginia and working as a laborer. Things may have been different for Nelson Bell's great-grandson, William Bell Jr., who did more than 20 years in an Iowa State Penitentiary, or for his great-granddaughter, Ethel Bell, my grandmother, who was raped by a white man when she was 15 years old and gotten pregnant with my mother, Blossom Bell. My mother married Howie Fonza and raised 7 kids on a 4th grade education. We lived on the south side of Des Moines, Iowa, an area known as the Dirty Bottoms. There were dirt roads, no sidewalks, our house had no running water, or inside bathrooms. Every spring, the river would overflood and fill our yard with toxic waste-filled water for weeks at a time. My mother worked as a cook. My father was a butcher at the slaughterhouse. My mother died not knowing her family history, with the exception of her grandfather, William Bell. But she made sure that all of her kids graduated high school. However, the negative environment of poverty that existed influenced my oldest brother and I to make poor choices. For instance, we both did time in the penitentiary. However, my other siblings made better choices to escape poverty. For instance, my older brother, who is not here with me today, filed a civil rights lawsuit against the city of Des Moines and became the first Black firefighter in the state of Iowa. He went on to become the fire chief in the city of Compton, California. One of my sisters was a member of the Platters, a well-known singing group that sung all over the world. Another sister was in charge of purchasing for the Kaiser Corporation. We had to fight racism all of our lives, both in Iowa and California. We must continue to fight for what was taken or denied us as a people. On behalf of the descendants of Nelson Bell, thank you for inviting us here today to tell our family story. We rightfully believe that we have been denied the generational wealth that our family may have been entitled to if given our rightful inheritance, the land once owned by Nelson Bell. And again, Nelson Bell's descendants would like to thank the Reparations Task Force, the state of California, and Governor Newsom for being the first to right the wrongs of slavery.
Thank you to Marion Johnson and her family, Yvette Porter Moore and her family, and to Elmer Ponza and his family. That was an incredibly moving personal testimony.
Yes, it was.
Perfect for this last hearing. So the next item on the agenda is action item number 5, reflections by task force members.
We don't have time for that. But Grills went off, Moore went off, Brown was on some bullshit as usual. Javon, I guess he said some good words of encouragement. Who's all on the damn task force? They gave Tamaki a big ass round of applause, which didn't make no goddamn sense to me. Who else? Sorry, Black Film, I'm trying to remember all the people on the task force. It's 9 people. Majority of them have something good to say, but we don't have time to go through it because we still got other topics to get to. So what are your thoughts on what you've heard thus far, Lady Che?
I'm sad to hear about the families that came up there. The one lady, the adopted one, you know, at least she was able to have a chance to find some of her father's family, and she got to learn about that. And she's still Black, so you know it's not like she was raised in, she's another race and is raised among, you know, was raised and adopted by a beautiful, obviously a beautiful Black family. Took her in, you know what I mean? But that's the way it goes. And now that you know, I watched a podcast the other day on one of the white broadcasting systems, and it showed somebody getting their genealogy stuff done in South Carolina, and they went really far back, and it took like 6 months, and that person didn't have whatever that man's name was. I forgot what his name is. He didn't have a lot of information. But they went back 6 months and found out a lot of good things. So a lot of sad stuff, you know, when it comes to time to really think about the slaves and what was taken from people, you know, eminent domain, redlining, everything. You know, it's very terrible. But I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged, and even with that, she got faith that you got to learn something. And the other thing is too, I'm not yet ready to thank them, because I want to thank the people that actually put in the work, coming in and doing the comments and standing there and going through all this traumatic experience, because this was a traumatic experience, you know, for them to get up there and talk about this. And that too, why have we not been applying pressure to Gavin Newsom, you know? And that's why I want to thank him, but I don't want to thank him, because I felt like they should apply more pressure to Gavin Newsom, because even if he created or put it together, they did the work. Everybody's done the work for this, and then he just gets to ride off in the sunset and bob around with Biden and whatever, you know what I mean? And
yeah, it's on him now.
Now it's on him, and you know the gentleman's right. Black people are watching, and no reparations, no vote. I really, 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 truly believe in that. You know, and that's been our stance. Why, you know, they did all this work, and at the end of it, still feel like we're begging for something that is owed, you know, and that's wrong. It doesn't have to feel like that. That right there should be another harm.
Right.
Another added harm, in my opinion. I feel like they just this work was valuable, and it feels like it's just gonna end because no one knows where to go with it. You know?
Yeah.
And then that would be an absolute shame if it ends because there's no task force to move it forward.
Right.
That's what I feel.
Shout out to everybody that was able to attend in person and give their testimony. They all, for the most part, did a great job. So salute to them. But at the end of the day, Black Family is on Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi's nephew, who is currently the governor of California, to pass these recommendations. Now, from experience with task force recommendations, it takes a long time for the administration or whatever city or municipality to enforce these recommendations. working on the Reimagining Police and Public Safety Task Force here in Denver. We submitted the recommendations, 112 recommendations, to Denver City Council on the 1-year anniversary of George Floyd's assassination, and they still haven't implemented all of them.
Yeah.
So
And they always have something to say about it, you know.
We have always stressed on Front Line Blacc News, the Revolutionary Agenda, and even on Mile High News. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint, Black family. So this is one step closer to getting foundational Black Americans, American descendants, or descendants of American chattel slavery, what is rightfully ours and owed to us, which is reparations, cash reparations, $100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities this United States government, this corporation, continues to put our people through in 2023. So if Newsom wants to get reelected for governor of California, or if he decides, as I keep hearing, that he's going to run for president in 2024, he needs to get on board with the reparations. He needs to implement the recommendations that the task force that he had put together in 2020 have put together, and be the so-called progressive leading voice for reparations in this country. Because Black family, it's not just California that owes reparations. It's all 49 remaining states. And then outside of the United States, there's several other countries that owe us reparations as well. So this is one step in global reparations, because reparations is owed to people of African descent, Black people all over the world. So we say here on Frontline Blacc News, you sue your colonizer. If your colonizer was the British, you sue them. If your colonizer was the Spanish, you sue them. If your colonizer was the Germans, you sue them. If your colonizer was any of the European powers that existed 500 years ago, sue them. Stop trying to stand in the way of our reparations claim. And whichever way California goes, the rest of the nation is going to go. So having followed this task force since its inception and participated in numerous meetings and called in on numerous meetings and gave public comment, I'm in full support of this. And we just got to hope and pray that Newsom, Gavin Newsom, or Gruesome Newsom as we call him, passes this into law in California, and the rest of the states take notice. We see that there's all kinds of reparations task force and commissions and all this sparking up all over the country. And just a side note, what happened in Evanston, Illinois was not reparations. Giving people housing vouchers, that's not reparations. Reparations is cash first. It's not cash only, but it's cash first. All the other groups that got reparations in this country, they got cash first. The so-called Jews, who were survivors of the Holocaust in Germany, they got reparations. They're still getting reparations still to this day. They're descendants. The Japanese that were interned in internment camps during World War II, they got reparations. The Vietnamese who were involved, part of the Vietnam conflict, Vietnam War, they got reparations, or were victims of the Agent Orange and whatever else. They got reparations. So all so-called Native Americans, they got reparations. Especially the 5 civilized tribes that also own slaves. They got reparations. So it's long overdue, and America must atone, and you got to pay what you owe. Period. We built your damn country. You wouldn't have no United States to flee to. You wouldn't have no superpower. majority, if not all, of this country's wealth was generated off the institution of slavery in the United States, chattel slavery to be exact. Because they always love to say, oh, slavery is nothing new. Slavery's been around since ancient times. Not chattel slavery. Not that you're dehumanized and viewed as less than a human being. And so is your prodigy for generations to come. And we're not that far removed. We're really not. Foundation of Black Americans, Descendants from American Slavery, we have ancestors that are still, they're either ancestors or they're still living that were either sharecroppers or actual slaves. So it was not that long ago. We don't have to go back that far. And for all y'all that talking about, well, how are they going to trace back people? We know, for the most part, majority of Foundation of Black Americans know our lineage and our history and our families, family history and background. So it's really not that hard. What's difficult is for those that have an immigrant background or they're part FBA, part immigrant or whatever. It's harder for them. But those of us that were born and raised here in the United States, our ancestors were born and raised here in the United States, it's not that hard. It's really not. So stop with the stalling. We know who is who and what is what. And it's time for us to collect what is rightfully ours. So we will keep y'all updated on Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi's nephew, if he is going to pass AB 3121 into law before 2024, before he decides that he's going to run for president in 2024. The only way you're going to win, Gruesome Newsom, is if you support cash reparations for Foundation of Black Americans, not just in California, but in all 50 states. So that is the update on that. And since Lady Ch has nothing else to say on it.
Real quick, I still stand up. He's an enemy to Black people. And Democrat, we should not be voting Democrat. And we definitely should not be voting for him in anything he wants to do in the future. And, you know, like, seriously, I said it a month or two ago to apply pressure to him. You got to get physical. Just got to be present. Because what he did was make us waste more energy, be more emotionally involved, more traumatic experiences. Just watching these people go up there and talk about their families for months and months on task force was a traumatic experience for them and us. And for him to just act like whatever and kind of backpedal and then kind of not discuss it since then is a slap in Black people's face. And if you keep allowing it to happen, you're just as complicit as him. And you're turning the other cheek and just letting it slide like you just gave up. And no, there's a lot of people that aren't giving up, so you shouldn't either. And if you're going to give up, get out of the way. You know? He's
just
wrong.
standing in the way.
He's very wrong. And he's an enemy. He should be an enemy, considered an enemy to Black people until he does right. And even then, an apology won't do. You know, he has to really put in the work and not just say it and not offer pacifying comments. He has to actually put in the work and put it in and make it go through. He can. You know, everybody's listening to Gavin Newsom and looking at Gavin Newsom right now as he runs around with the president. So why can't he do the right thing by Black people? Because he don't want to, because he has to answer to the white powers. Just keep in mind, we did all this work only to put this back in the hands of white supremacy. You know, and that's a terrible, terrible, terrible part of all of it. Of all of it. We're still in the hands of white supremacy. That was a white supremacy move he did, and this to turn his back and act like nothing's happening and not address it after the fact. Like, what, a month later, 2 months later, he still hasn't really addressed it?
Yeah, he wasn't even present for this movie.
He wasn't even, he's like so disrespectful, not even present, you know? So, yeah, it's in my opinion, This is my opinion only. Brandon Marie Major. He's an enemy of black people, and he did something really bad. This is really bad, and we put everything back in the hands of them to make decisions that are owed. And so we're in a marathon. Let's not get defeated, but let's know that he should not get the black vote for anything he does in the future. And Democrats shouldn't at all, because they're going to need the black vote. No matter how many immigrants they ship in.
Right. Immigrants can't vote in all 50 states.
Right. You're going to need the black vote, so they need to stop playing around. You know what I mean? And the black vote is for sale.
Right, to the highest bidder.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for those awesome words, Lady Che. Yes. So our next topic, this will probably be our last topic for tonight. It is getting pretty late. Supreme Court of the United States overturns affirmative action for college admissions. Did affirmative action actually benefit FBA, Citizens of American Chattel Slavery students? Dun dun dun. No. Not even no, but hell no.
Right.
Seems everything that was intended to benefit us benefits everybody but us.
Right.
So, let's see. I have several videos on this I want to play. So the first one
Well, you're funny. I'm
is from. Yeah, go ahead, Lady Che.
I was confused that when I first seen it, because I took some time off. When I get back to my house, I'm getting the door out. I'm like on a I'm on out because I left the black house.
Here live. I want to thank you.
Now, after being in the black house and listening to the news, I'm thoroughly not confused, and neither should you. Neither should you be. Like Jesse said, affirmative action didn't really benefit us. It was for everybody, as usual. Like everything is always co-opted, took over, and if you really want to be mad at the Asians. They felt like they were being discriminated against or whatever. But you'll see, it's really not. It's so ugly. It's so stupid. But yeah, this isn't the first. This was when they overturned the abortion thing. Everybody kept saying it was affirmative action was next, and it happened so quickly, and yet it didn't. It's one of those things they slip in on them on a heavy ass week of drama. It's like they try to slip it in and act like nothing was happening. So like a little distraction piece. Ultimately, family, if you ain't going to Harvard, you know what I mean? It really wasn't going to benefit you. It's already hard enough to get into college. It's very hard, even sometimes, to get into a fucking community college for black people. So, it really wasn't a helping hand. So, I don't know. But I think we should just listen to see what TD Hip Hop has to say about it.
Yeah, so shout out to TD Hip Hop. Did an awesome commentary on this. Does ending affirmative action actually benefit Black America? Make sure y'all like and subscribe to TD Hip Hop Media, as well as Black Light Revelations 2.
For joining me today, and if you can hear me clearly, please do me a favor and drop a 1 in live chat while I readjust my mic very quickly. Drop a 1 in the live chat if you can see and hear me. Some other data points as well, as it relates to the ineffectiveness of affirmative action in advancing the Black community forward as it pertains to the closing of the racial wealth gap, because the closing of the racial wealth gap by far is the most important, dire, and critical issue that we're dealing with in the Black community here in America today. And for those of you who don't believe me, I play this clip often. I'm going to play it for you again right here because Joe Biden actually said the same thing. Let me play this for you in case you don't believe me before we get into this. In the very near future, economically speaking, you are going to be the walking dead out here. And even Joe Biden knows this to be true. And I quote, unless the Black community is able to make up the wealth gap, in my humble opinion, there is real trouble.
So unless the Black community is able to make up the wealth gap, in my humble opinion, is real trouble.
So that came out of Joe Biden's mouth, and that's one of probably the only things that I agree with Joe Biden about since he's been into office. And I'm going to make the argument right now, once again, that affirmative action has actually been ineffective towards closing the racial wealth gap in Black America and been effective and ineffective overall for us as people, right? So let me pull some articles up for you right now. And then after we go through these articles, we're then going to get into where we should go from here so that this can actually turn into a blessing in disguise for us, right? But let me pull up this first article. And many of you all know this already, but let's just get into this very quickly. There's a lot of interesting things that are being said. Now, a lot of you already know, right, that white women are the #1 beneficiaries of affirmative action. That isn't new. We all understand it to be true. But I want to get into some of the stuff that's being said in these newer articles that have come out, because a lot of people have been basing that off of an old article that came out, I believe it was maybe 6 or 7 years ago from Vox, VOX, but a lot of new articles have been written up as of yesterday concerning who actually benefits from affirmative action the most, and that is white women. So I want to get into a few things right here, okay? People often associate affirmative action with efforts to end discrimination for people of color, but scholars say the greatest beneficiaries of affirmative action policies are white women from college campuses to the American workplace. White women today are more educated and make up a bigger slice of the workforce as a result of decades of affirmative action policies, scholars say. White women have also made inroads into corporate leadership that people of color and women of color have not. Once again, white women have also made inroads into corporate leadership that people of color and women of color have not, which obviously includes Black people and Black women. Let me see if there's a couple of more. Yes. How have white women benefited from affirmative action? Discussions about affirmative action tend to focus on race, but statistics show that it also has been an equalizer for white women in education and in the workplace. The Labor Department report from 1995 found that since the 1960s, affirmative action had helped 5 million members of minority groups and 6 million women move up in the workplace. 5 million members of minority groups, which is people of color, minorities, marginalized groups, right? Excluding white women. We're talking about Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And 6 million white women. Out of that 5 million, how many of them were Black? We don't know. They don't give us the disaggregated data for us to see, right? So there's no way for us to tell. But what this evidence does show, and as I'm going to keep proving to you and showing to you moving forward, is that this is the trend that you're going to continue to see. That white women are benefiting significantly in comparison to Black people, right? Now, let me scroll down a little bit more. When we talk about institutions like higher education, we see that women in general are on par with men, but we have severe underrepresentation. I'm going to repeat that again. But we have severe underrepresentation of Black, Indigenous, and Latinx folks in colleges and universities, and even greater disparities for women of color. Texas A&M sociologist and lawyer Wendy Leo Moore told USA Today. You can make the same analysis when we look at employment. Those are the kinds of things that indicate that on a structural level, white women have benefited. Once again, the argument that I'm making here today, right now at this moment, is that affirmative action has by and large been wildly ineffective when it comes to the upliftment of Black America by way of closing the racial wealth gap, okay? But we're not going to just stop there with that point being made. We're going to move forward from there and discuss where we go from here now that affirmative action is no more. Now, there are currently 153 of you in the live stream right now. If you haven't already, please hit the like button, smash the like button so that this video goes out within the YouTube algorithm and everyone knows that I'm live and it shows YouTube that people are interested in this video. Share this video out on your social media platform so everyone knows that I'm live. And if you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. Now, let's get into some more information over here, right? Because I'm not done yet, okay? I don't just like to talk. I like to prove that what I'm saying is true. And one of the things that I said a while ago in a live stream is, don't believe me, believe the evidence. I'm telling you, affirmative action was wildly ineffective for Black Americans as a whole. Don't believe me, believe the evidence. Now let's get back into some more evidence that supports what I'm saying and that supports that what I'm saying is true, okay? So now let's move on. Let me see if there's anything more here in this article. Yeah, what does affirmative action data show? In the past 6 decades, women have leapfrogged men in earning 4-year degrees, while Black and Latino students are still underrepresented in college admissions and graduation rates, especially in 4-year colleges. A similar trend has been seen in the workplace, according to a USA Today analysis of named executives at the nation's 100 largest companies. From 2020 to 2022, white women expanded their share of senior leadership jobs at twice the rate of women of color, though women remain outnumbered 4-to-1. Despite marginal gains among men of color, white men still hold about 2/3 of the top jobs, even though they account for just 1/3 of the U.S. workforce. Once again, the argument that I'm making right now is that affirmative action has been wildly ineffective for the Black community as it pertains to a community uplift. Understand, if you're telling me right now that we are all supposed to be collectively upset and collectively up in arms concerning the end of affirmative action, then we have to address the fact that collectively, not on an individual basis, as some of you may have benefited, but collectively, Black Americans as a whole have not benefited from affirmative action. It has been ineffective, okay? Right. But remember, once again, we're not going to just stop with that. We're going to discuss where we go from here. And before we do that, thank you very much, Jenny Lamb, for being the first person to contribute to today's live stream. Thank you very much, Jenny. Your contribution to today's show does not go unnoticed, and it is deeply appreciated. I appreciate it very much when you all contribute to the show, and that's your way of thanking me for the hard work that I put in on this channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And shout out to my man Torian Ray Reloaded for shouting out Jenny as well. Shout out to you, Torian. Respect to you, brother. Now let's get back into the information here, okay? Because we got a lot to go through, and we got to do it in a relatively quick period of time, right? So now what do we have here? We have an article from Politico, right? And once again, Politico, what have women gained from affirmative action? Well, I just want to scroll down here because the conclusion is the same, right? We all know, white women benefit from it. Okay, we got that, white women, okay. But I want to read this particular part right here that's being stated, okay? And let me pull this back up on the screen right now. I hate that. I thought I had it on the screen right now. There we go. Okay, so this is the article right here again, and I'll pull it back up so you can see what I'm referencing. Once again, my apologies for that. The article that I'm referencing is a political article right here titled, What Women Have Gained from Affirmative Action. And all these articles are recent, by the way, okay? So remember that. And once again, we all know the answer to that question of white women, but I want you to hear specifically what the author of White Fragility has to say. right? You say in White Fragility that by the time you published the book in 2018, affirmative action was all but dismantled in the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court does overturn its previous precedent and throw out race-based affirmative action, how impactful do you think the effect will be? The author of White Fragility responded, I think that we're going to see even lower rates than we see now. Once again, she said, I think that we're going to see even lower rates than we see now, meaning the rates, while affirmative action is in place, are already low. Right. So we're going to see even lower ones now. Let's be clear, she says. Race-based affirmative action has not been effective. By every measure, it has not been effective. The ineffectiveness of affirmative action is not a secret. Those who care to know this, but most people choose not to know, not to see, and not to understand this to be true. Let's get into the next article here from the New York Times, and to continue to prove this point, right? This article was written in 2017, but we're going to get into an even more recent one that's from 2019. But this one here from the New York Times, and it's titled, Even with Affirmative Action, Blacks and Hispanics are more underrepresented at top colleges than 35 years ago. Okay? I'm getting a little excited. Let me calm down. I'm getting a little bit excited. My apologies. Let me relax. And thank you very much, Gregory Wesley, for your contribution to today's show. Gregory Wesley is the second person to contribute to today's live stream. I deeply, deeply appreciate your contribution and your support to this channel, brother. Thank you very much. Greg said, here's $1 for each time that I have shared this new segment. More to come. Thank you, TV. No, thank you, brother. It is deeply appreciated, the support that I get on this channel. Now, there are 214 of you in here right now. Please hit that like button if you haven't already. And let's get into this information very quickly from the New York Times. Once again, I'll read the title once again. 2017 article. Even with affirmative action, Blacks and Hispanics are more underrepresented at top colleges than 35 years ago. Okay.
So what progress? What progress has been made in 35 years? None.
Even after a decade of affirmative action, Black and Hispanic students are more underrepresented at the nation's top colleges and universities than they were 35 years ago, according to the New York Times analysis. The share of Black freshmen at elite schools the share of Black freshmen at elite schools is virtually unchanged since 1980. Black students are just 6% of freshmen, but 15% of college-age Americans, as the chart shows below. The Times analysis includes 100 schools ranging from the public flagship university to the Ivy League. For both Black and Hispanic, the trend extends back to at least 1980. Okay, the earliest year that fall enrollment data was available for the National Center of Education Statistics. Blacks and Hispanics have gained ground at less selective colleges. I'll repeat that again. Blacks and Hispanics have gained ground at less selective colleges and universities, but not at the highly selective institutions, said Terry Harding, a senior vice president at the American Council of Education, which represents more than 1,700 colleges and universities. The courts have ruled that college universities can consider race or ethnicity as one element in a holistic admission policy, so it's something that can be considered, but it is not a magic bullet, he said. Okay? Affirmative action increases the numbers of Blacks and Hispanic students at many colleges and universities, but experts say the persistent underrepresentation stems from equity issues that begin earlier. So we have equity issues that begin earlier that are going unaddressed, which also goes to explain why the admission rate is so low.
and why there's so few of us going to college. But are those issues ever addressed? No, because those issues that occur earlier, way before you even get into college, or before you're of age to get into college, are all related to the racial wealth gap. It's all related to poverty. It's all related to being poor and not being able to attend the proper schools that have the proper equipment, the proper education, and the proper, even more up-to-date, how would I say, I want to say educational notes, but there's no such thing as educational notes, right? That's not a thing. But they just don't have just up-to-date academics, right, as it pertains to STEM and things of that nature. But we don't really see this stuff ever being addressed and placed at the forefront, right? The talk right now isn't what are the things that we need to do to make sure that our children are even prepared to enter into college, right? That should be the discussion even first, prior, before we even get back into affirmative action. But no, we're just talking about affirmative action only as if that's the end all be all, when it was actually ineffective. Meanwhile, a good deal of our Black boys can't even read at the rate that they're supposed to, right? These are issues that continue to go unaddressed, and nobody speaks on them. And then we're sitting here wondering why that even with affirmative action, the admission rates are low, and why this is ineffective. Because we have issues that go well beyond even being college age that are going wildly unaddressed. They're going unaddressed. I want to do the thank yous out. Thank you very much for Steph Life for contributing to today's show. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much, Steph Life. Said something blocking your dollars, fourth time. And thank you very much to Shatera Del Reed, 360. Tony, thank you for being an ally to American Freeman and Justice. Comments addressing having lineage and stature. I feel like I'm butchering your comment because I'm trying to get through this quickly. But thank you very much. I appreciate your support. And you always hold it down. I see you all the time in the super chat. So thank you very much. But let's get back into this article very quickly. Okay, we're going to jump back into this. All right? Because I was rambling a little bit just now. We got to speed through this. So yeah, let's carry on. And we're going to wrap this thing up very shortly. I think I have a few. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Blacks and Hispanics remain underrepresented at other top universities, even as the share of white students at many of these schools has dropped, in some cases below 50%. The largest growth has often been among Asian students. If you go through enough of these articles, you'll see that a lot of what people are saying concerning, Black students and so-called people of color are being preferred over Asian students, that's not true. When you actually look at statistics and data, you'll see that white students are on the decline at these top universities, as you see in this graph here, while Asians are on the incline, some getting ready to pass up white students, as you can see here from Johns Hopkins, MIT, Northwestern University, and Rice University. So that's simply not true when people try to make that argument. It is not true, okay? I'll start there again, though. The largest growth has often been among Asian students. For example, the share of white freshmen at Rice University in Houston, which was exclusively white until the mid-1960s, declined to 42% in 2015, from 87% in 1980. Meanwhile, the share of Asian students rose to 30% in 2015 from 3% in 1980. Stop letting people run that game on you, that somehow affirmative action was holding back Asian students. That is simply not true. It is a lie. And there is enough data and statistics out there that prove that point to be true and that prove that point to be false. Okay? So stop letting people run that game on you. Thank you very much, YGLT, for the huge contribution to today's show. It is deeply, deeply, deeply appreciated. YGLT stated Asians was given a hate crime bill then we
where the hell is
patronize
our hate
businesses
crime
as a
bill?
community, and in turn, they have galvanized their influence and power to work against our interests. And the very next day, we will patronize their establishments again. And this is something that actually me and Rob were talking about. Rob from Black Light Revelations 2. Some of you all see him in the comment section right now. That's him right here. This is one of the things that me and Rob were talking about earlier, right? I just showed you and proved to you by way of data that affirmative action was not negatively impacting Asian Americans. Asian Americans are year after year increasing and on the increase on the incline, right? Increase, they're going up, okay? They're going up as it pertains to getting into these prestigious universities, right? Yet they keep running with the lie that affirmative action is holding them back and preventing them from getting in. That is not true. And there is no data that supports that argument. There's no data that supports that argument. The data that I just showed you supports the argument that they're doing just fine and that their numbers are increasing at these prestigious universities, right? Whenever you hear somebody running with that lie in their mouth that affirmative action is negatively impacting the Asian American community, that is simply not true. And I just showed you the data from the New York Times article that you saw, that I'm going to pull up right now once again, right? It simply isn't the truth. It isn't true. And what me and Rob were talking about, because I think I forgot to mention it, is that one of the things that Rob always discusses on his channel, he always talks about embracing villains. Once again, that's Black Light Revelations 2, the brother that's highlighted on the bottom of the screen comment, right? He talks about embrace villainy. And one of the things that he discusses is how Black Americans have this issue with always wanting to play fair when nobody else is playing fair. So as I showed you by way of data, we see that the Asian American community is doing just fine as it pertains to getting into colleges. Yet they've made it a point to take the initiative upon themselves to be the number one group of people that are against affirmative action to knock you off. They're doing just fine. They didn't have to do that, but as Rob would say, they've embraced villainy. It doesn't matter that we're doing better than you. It doesn't matter that we're even
Black people embrace villainy.
Sure that you stay right where you are and
prove that the world is correct
by getting rid of affirmative action. And that's what they've done, despite the fact that affirmative action wasn't even negatively impacting them. Okay? So now let me remove Rob from off the screen. Y'all need to go subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Rob, he gives it up. Okay? Rob gives it up. Yeah. So where are we at right here? Black students remain underrepresented in a number of flagships in states with a large share of college-age residents who are Black. For example, in Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina, Blacks represent about a third or more of each state's college-age population, but less than 15% of each freshman enrollment at the flagship university. At the University of South Carolina, Columbia campus, Black freshman enrollment has declined significantly over the last 15 years. Students on campus have protested racial inequalities. Well, wait a minute. Remember, this article was written in, 2017? Wasn't affirmative action supposed to stop all of that? But clearly it didn't, and it wasn't. Why? Because affirmative action was wildly ineffective. It was ineffective in a practice that largely benefited white men, not Black Americans. Look at all of the data that I've gone through already that's proven my point to be true. Yet some will still tell you that I'm talking crazy and that these are somehow right-wing talking points, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. But let's get into some more information over here, and then we're going to run on out of here, okay? So let me pull up another article on the screen. Give me just a second. Now, here's another article right here. I'm not going to get too deep into it because we're running low on time. But here's another article here from the, I believe it's called the Hitchinger report. It's right here in front of you on your screen, right? And it says racial gaps in college degrees are widening just when states need them to narrow. I'm going to repeat that again. Racial gaps in college degrees are widening just when states need them to narrow, okay? I'm not going to get too deep into this article right now, but I'm going to leave that right there where it is, and I'll actually leave this link in the live chat for you all so that you can read it for yourself. But, you know, it gets to the point where you're just kind of beating a dead horse with this, right? point over and over to you that that affirmative action has been wildly ineffective. Here's the link to this article so that you can read it for yourself. I just left it. I don't know how much proof I can continue to give you, but here you go. Here's more proof in case you think that I'm lying. But what's really killing me now, right? What's killing me? Oh, and one more article. I'm sorry. This is from USA. The college-going gap between blacks and white Americans are always bad and is getting worse. Okay? And it's getting worse. And this article was from May of this year, before affirmative action came to an end. And once again, it's just more proof and more evidence that affirmative action was wildly ineffective. It was crazy ineffective. Okay?
Oh, Ryan
It was
Ross.
crazy ineffective. But what Democrats want you to do right now is to go crazy over this and be upset and say, oh my God, affirm that siren is killing me right now. But what the Democrats want you to do is lose your mind over the fact that this ineffective practice, which was largely benefiting white women, no longer exists. And what we want you to do is vote for us so that we can fight for a program that has been proven ineffective. How backwards is that? How backwards is that? That doesn't make any logical sense. Yeah. Vote blue no matter who. Vote us in. We're not giving you a logical next step. There's no logical next step that they're providing you with. They're saying vote us in so that we can fight for you to bring back into place a practice that has been proven wildly ineffective for Black Americans. Can someone please tell me how in the world that makes any logical sense? So then where do we go from here? Where we go from here is taking back and reclaiming what's already yours that you have forsaken and abandoned, which is the HBCUs. HBCUs, let me pull up some articles for you actually, right? But I'm gonna freestyle it for you. But I'll pull up some articles on the screen. Yes, you can see where I'm pulling my information from. All right? HBCUs has been largely abandoned by Black Americans.
Yeah, that's Sotomayor.
Has been dropping significantly year after year after year after year after year, right? Year after year. So much so that now HBCUs are pursuing non-Black people because we're not going there. We chose to walk away from them. Nobody told us to stop going to HBCU. We have a whole higher learning institution system in place for us that we're not utilizing. And then when the HBCUs reach out to the Latino community, as you see in this article here, right? And then they reach out over here, like as you see in the Washington Post article, a historically Black college in Maryland is growing by enrolling Hispanic, white, and international students. When we see this, many of us get upset. But why get upset? When we walked away from these institutions.
Puerto Rican.
What is it that we're actually mad about? Right? So now what should be happening is here is the time for us to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Because if you don't do that, then you can't cry when you see photos like this. Okay? You can't. You can't do it. I'm not going to read all the. Look at this here. I know for some of y'all about to get triggered. Okay?
Yeah,
Latinx Student Association and Caribbean Student Association.
Why the hell they got an RBG flag?
For Rep Your Flag event designed to spread awareness about diversity.
They got the RBG flag and the Mexican flag.
You see Asian flags up. RBG, Pan-African flag up. Dominican Republican flag. I think got a Puerto Rican flag and a Jamaican flag. There's all types of flags hanging up at this HBCU. Like I said, some folks will see this and they'll get upset. They'll be like, oh, they're taking what's ours. They're taking our HBCUs. No, we have walked away and have abandoned them. And it's time to go back to them. And what this should spark, what the end of affirmative action should spark, is, I think the word I'm looking for is a renaissance, I should say, of Black Americans pouring back into HBCU. And then that also puts you in a position where you can justify demanding more money from the United States government to fund these HBCUs so that they have the adequate equipment needed, right? And the finances needed to have them up to par to where they need to be. So this is actually a moment in time that we can use to re-strengthen HBCU and to bring them back up to the prominence that they were once at many, many years ago. But that depends on us. That depends on us and nobody else. Are we going to cry about not being included into academic institutions where we're not wanted? Or are we going to take this time and this opportunity to reclaim what's rightfully ours by way of HBCUs, or what's rightfully yours, Black Americans? Because as you all know, some of you might not know that I'm Haitian, right? But just a little clarification, but it just makes it easier to speak when I say ours instead of yours, right? But anyways, you get my point. Now is the time to claim what's rightfully ours, right? Or I should say, what's rightfully yours.
Why would you be
But once again, that depends on you and not somebody else. You can cry about not lack of representation. Well, I want to be over there with, non-Black people, and they won't let me in because we don't have affirmative action. Okay, man. That sounds wild to me. So we can build up what we already have. I say it's time to build up what we already have. And once those numbers come in, that Black students are pouring into these HBCUs, you go to that next administration and demand it back. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense to champion. Look at how much money this HBCU got from said president. Why? Because you see Black Americans are pouring into them by the thousands due to the fact that affirmative action is coming. So that's all I got for you guys today, man. I want to thank you all for tuning in. There are 331 of you in here right now. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Smash that like button. I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Quantum Mania. I'm running out of time. I'm going to have enough time to read everybody's super chats. Quantum Mania, thank you very much. This repealing affirmative action isn't going to work out the way they feel. It is safe to say that Asians shouldn't be considered POC anymore. Thank you very much for your contribution, Quantum Mania. I appreciate that very much. All the contributions that I get to today's show. Kinky Curly Straight Talk says great broadcast, and thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you, Kinky Curly. And also thank you very much. YGLT coming through again. I think it's the second super chat you sent me. Thank you very much, YGLT, for the support. Shout out to all of the anchormen and anchor women in the Black media that work hard to provide our people the information we need for critical thinking, for us to improve on how we move daily. Okay. Thank you very much, YGLT. And once again, that does it for today's show. Please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. And once again, this should be a moment in time where we see the reemergence and the return to prominence of the HBCU. That's what this time should be. That's what it should be. And I will catch you all in the next stream. I want all of you to have a good night. And thank you for joining me.
Tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, we got a doozy tonight. We're talking about the Supreme Court of the United States of America. They have struck down affirmative action being used in race-based admissions for colleges and universities. Now, at the end, I'm going to fully explain how the white supremacists played the three-card Monty using the Asian community, and how what they just done actually screwed them. It didn't screw us, but it screwed them in many, many ways. So let's go on and get into this and just kind of build our case here like we normally do before we start going in. So let's get the background of who the guy is that was a part of all this. So this particular Asian American young man, his name was John Wayne. He was 18 years old. Now, it say he had got a 1590 on his SAT, and he had a 4.65 high school grade point average, but was rejected by 6 top schools. Now, of course, he was one of the plaintiffs in the Supreme Court case seeking to end the practice of claims that unfairly discriminates against. He had a 4.65 high school grade point average, but was rejected by 6 top schools. Now, of course, he was one of the plaintiffs in the Supreme Court case seeking to end the practice of claims that unfairly discriminates against high-performing Asian Americans. And say in January, the High Court said it would take up lawsuits, in which they did, from the anti-affirmative action group Students for Fair Admission, claiming that Harvard University, a private institution, and the University of North Carolina, a state school, discriminate against Asian American applicants. And say the suit had claimed that affirmative action policies meant to favor members of historically disadvantaged groups gives an edge to African Americans and Hispanics, and Native Americans, and say over Asian students. Now, Mr. Wang said, despite his terrific scores and a perfect score on his math SAT, he was rejected by Harvard as well as MIT, Caltech, Princeton, Carnegie Mellon, and UC Berkeley. He was rejected by all those schools. Now, Mr. Wang, it said, who had come forward to speak at that time, said he was warned in advance that it's gospel, that it's tougher to get in, especially as an Asian American, by friends and guidance counselors. I wonder who they were, but I got a great idea of who it was. They said Wang's parents are both immigrants from China, and said he felt pressure about advocating for himself publicly. Now, you know, we're doing a lot of times, you know, we talk about where people from, delineation, etc. And a lot of people are doing that within the Black world, but you need to do it all over. Don't let them just say Asian Americans. Find out, no, where your people from? Where they at? We want to know who is it that's being a part of this. So his parents immigrated to this country, and now their kid was a part of unraveling things that was already kind of set, and there was reason for affirmative action to be set, but I'm not a fan. I get to why I'm not a fan of affirmative action either, but let's continue. He said that I was scared instead of getting backlash on social media. And said for it. He told Fox News at that time. He said, for fighting for what I think is a really important issue, say students for fair admissions. I said, Wayne said that they were willing to be honest with him about his chances and about how he was being discriminated against. Now, he said, I gave them my test scores, and then they must have ran the model on that. And so they told me I had a 20% chance of getting accepted to Harvard, and said, as an Asian American, and a 95% chance as an African American. I didn't know that. And we'll look at actual data to back up why he's lying. He said Wayne now attends Georgia Tech and has no worries about potential backlash for his future career. He said, I feel like I'm looking back 10 or 20 years from now. He said, if I didn't do it, he said, speak up, I'll be pretty upset with myself. So that was what was said about him at the time. Now, let's get into the actual demographics of who's accepted to Harvard and UNC, because that's the two schools that are brought up in the Supreme Court case. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking this data straight from Harvard themselves, out of the Harvard Crimson. So this is the class of 2023. Now, as you can see, this is a breakdown of everybody that was there in 2023. Hispanic or Latinx, 11.1%. American Indian or Alaska Native, 1.2%. Asian, 22.6%. Black African Americans, just 10.1%. This is Harvard. Pacific Islander, 0.8%. South Asian, 5.8%. So they have two categories of Asian here, but they're still Asians. So their number between the 5.8% and the 22.6% put them well over 28%. That's double the number that's, you know, we're talking about Black or even Hispanic. And then white, of course, trumps all of them at 47.2%. But Mr. Wayne, he wasn't talking about why so many white students was in there. he was focusing on the black ones. Now let's go to UNC, the other school. This is how it broke down on this. Undergraduate admissions. American Indian, 1%. Asian or Asian American, 22%. Black or African American, 10%. Hispanic, 10%. White or Caucasian, 65%. So more white folks are at UNC than they even at Harvard University. Now, legacy admissions, let's talk about that.
North Carolina.
Legacy admissions, which is people that had a parent, grandparent, cousin, auntie, etc. Just because they went to the school, they kid can get in, or uncle, or cousin, or whoever get in.
Legacy shit.
So as you can see here, it says that 43% of the white students admitted to Harvard University were recruited at least legacy students, children of faculty and staff on the dean's interest list, applicants whose parents or relatives who donated to Harvard also. So if your people donated to Harvard, you can get in. Now, Mr. Wayne, he wasn't talking about that. Just worry about black folks. So that number dropped dramatically for Black, Latino, and Asian American students, according to the study, with less than 16% each coming in from those categories. The study also found that roughly 75% of white students admitted from those four categories labeled ALDCs in the study would have been rejected if they had been treated as white non-ALDC. Almost 70% of all legacy applicants are white, compared with 40% of all applicants who do not fall under those categories. And so removing preferences for athletes and legacies would significantly alter the racial distribution of admitted students, with the share of white admits falling and other groups rising or remaining unchanged. Harvard's acceptance rate for 2023 is just 4.5%. As you clearly saw, Asian American students, or Asians in general, had a higher acceptance rate to Harvard, to UNC, than black folks, than Hispanics, than Native Americans. Even all of them combined didn't even match up the Asian numbers. Yet, he was upset that he wasn't part of the 20+% that was accepted to Harvard University. And as you saw, Harvard University has a 4.5% acceptance rate. One of the hardest schools to get in the country. But one thing, if you remember, the part we talked about is legacy admissions. Remember, he was saying that I'm not getting into these schools, Caltech, MIT, Carnegie Mellon, Harvard. I'm not getting to these schools because of affirmative action and letting black people in. I didn't get in because of black people. Now, instead of him researching the acceptance rate for these schools and understand that your good test scores may not be it, it just may not be it. Somebody probably had a better test score than you. Maybe they have a better essay or whatever than you. It's a lot of factors that could have went into that, right? But what happened was, when he felt entitled to be into these schools, he went to, remember, his friends and guidance counselors. Now, you know his friends and guidance counselors, you know the white supremacist is going to be in there. So the white supremacist told him, hey, John, you know, you should have been accepted to Harvard. I mean, it doesn't make sense for you to have a 1590 on the SAT and you didn't get in. But you know who didn't have to work so hard to get into the school? It's those black students. You see, those black students, they lower the requirements for them. And they don't have to work as hard as you. So when you see those black students on the universities, that's affirmative action letting them in. They didn't have to do the work. They didn't have to do anything like you. They just have to be black and get in. So when you hear these different Asian groups saying affirmative action, trust me, they're talking to the white supremacists. But remember what I said earlier, the white supremacist is playing a 3-card Monte on them. See, the Students of Fair Admission tried this before with Abigail Fisher. a white woman, and it did not work. So you have to understand the white supremacist new strategy is to use immigrants, non-white immigrants, to unravel all the gains of what black people fought for. You understand? So they're using these, well, as I said before, Johnny come lately. They come after the fight. They come after everything is done. They didn't have to deal with the water holders. They didn't have to deal with the Klan. They didn't have to deal with the redlining. They didn't have to deal with the church bombing. They didn't have to deal with none of that. They come after the fact. And because they feel like they entitled in this country to get certain things, instead of just being happy that you're here and happy that he's in Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is a good school. What's wrong with Georgia Tech? But he feels entitled that he didn't get into Harvard, and because black people are there at a rate of just 10 freaking percent, black people was taking his spot. But one thing that the white supremacists did not want to go after is legacy admission. Now, you clearly heard the statistics on that.
Our new mayor is
legacy admissions, 70% of them are white. If we're going to do things by merit, well, we need to completely do it by merit. Don't say, hey, let's get rid of the race-based part of it, but we're going to allow the legacy admission. So remember, his argument was that he couldn't get in because of affirmative action preferring black people, right? Legacy admissions prefer people that had a mama, a daddy, a cousin, a grandpa, or whoever, or who's ever heavily donating to the school. They're getting into Harvard over his test score. And the Students for Fair Admission didn't say, let's put that in the case, because that's wrong too. See, affirmative action for white people is okay, but affirmative action for non-white people, that's a problem. You understand? So he didn't go after that whatsoever. Now, how the three-card Monty is played. So you use a Chinese American, you use them to unravel race-based admissions. Why was that originally put in? It was put in because black folks couldn't get into particular schools. They say, oh, you black, you're not getting in here. I don't care what your grades are. You're black, you're gone. That was the reason why it was initially put in, to say, hey, you gotta give black people a chance to get in here so they can get some of the top tier education too. It can't just be an all-white affair. That's why it was put in. But see what happens when people don't have to suffer anything? When people didn't have to see their family members swinging from trees? You see what happens when people come into this country and they didn't have to deal with the redlining, they didn't have to deal with the Klan, they didn't have to deal with the police, they didn't have to deal with anything. They don't respect the fight, they don't respect the sacrifice, and they don't mind destroying anything that built that for the advantages of them coming in here. And as a lot of black Americans starting to see, one fatal mistake that was made by our community was getting behind the 1965 immigration. Because if we wouldn't have got behind that, that wouldn't have passed. And we're suffering today now because of that 1965 immigration bill. Let's call it what it is. The white supremacists are using the immigrants to attack and to try to roll back everything. You understand what I'm saying? So now you made a deal with the devil and he put you up to doing it. So now when people are upset, they can't point at the white supremacists, they pointing at the Asian community. And that's just like what the devil do. He gets you to do his dirty work. And then when the rubber meets the road, everybody mad, you're gonna say, it wasn't me, it was him. He don't look, we was think that, you know, we were behind him, but he didn't want to push the case. It was him, so go after him. Already a lot of black folks was upset about the anti-Asian hate crime bill, right? So black folks are upset with
where the
that.
hell is
Black
our
folks, some black folks. But I'm gonna tell you why you shouldn't be so upset. What's up? It's set with this. So they're saying that you see how they teaming up with white supremacy to attack us. Well, we never attacked the Asian community like that. We have supported the Asian community. We have went to their restaurants. We went to their cleaners. We've done everything with the Asian community and never had we never did anything. The Asian community propagandized us when it's been proven that white supremacists was the one that attacking Asians. We covered the story on this podcast where their own researchers said it was white supremacists and not black Americans. But they went along with the white supremacists because they will attack us, lie on us, as you could see, to get something out of it and care less what we have done to even help their particular community. This is why a lot of black Americans are like, nah, I'm good on the immigration, because look what happens when they get here. And then after the fact, oh, now y'all copping pleas. So I've seen that too. Hey, not all Asians feel like that. Yeah, you should have said something when it was going on. Right. Don't come out here copping pleas after it's done. You should have been speaking against him during the case. You should have been condemning him way before the fact. You should have been saying something the whole time. Say, hey, wait a minute. That stuff's not cool. Like, nah, he don't represent me. You know, now everybody copping pleas. Talking about, we're not a monolith. After the fact, don't tell me about no monolith now. You know what I'm saying?
The AAPI.
But what he don't understand is because those particular programs are put in place to actually benefit the Asian community, he's going to see, and even his community going to see, how that's going to come right back around and get him. You think you getting rejected now? Oh, just wait. See, the thing about black people, we used to rejection. We used to being told no. We have been 10 times better than the white supremacists and still have been told no. We're used to that. But see, you come into this system and you thinking, well, I made this particular grade, so I'm entitled to be in Harvard. I'm entitled to be in Yale. I'm entitled to be in Boston College. I'm entitled to that. And what you don't understand is white supremacy don't operate on merit. It operates on race. Right. And the one race that it operates for is white, not black, not Asian, not Hispanic, none of them. It's for white. Those affirmative action policies were just barriers in the way for them to build a white enclave. There are plenty of people right now who is very excited in these Ivy League schools and other schools to be able to keep even you out. Let's call it what it is. Listen to all the anti-Chinese rhetoric that's coming from our government right now. This is a great way to keep y'all out. But they don't have to put you in there anymore because affirmative action is actually gone. Now, they say that race can be considered like as your individual story. Like, hey, I came from a struggling neighborhood, black community. Pookie and Ray Ray was tearing the block up. I didn't want to be like Pookie and Ray Ray, so, I got to school. I became a valedictorian. I stayed out of trouble. I did an internship here, there. I want to get, okay, you can tell your origin story and use race for that, but they can't admit you based on, hey, we didn't have so many black students here, or so many Latino students, etc., right? So you have to think about it. What he was saying was that he was mad that black students, Latino students, and Native American students would validly register at Harvard, but that's the students that he felt that took his spot. You understand? Now, why I'm not worried about this too much is because them unraveling affirmative action policies and why I actually support it is because affirmative action do not benefit the black community. Dr. Claude Anderson said that a long time ago. It doesn't benefit us. It should go away. We actually would do better if it goes away. Because prior to affirmative action policies, we actually had more businesses. We had to work together as a community. We had to go to our schools because them folks wouldn't let us in their schools. You understand what I'm saying? So this actually could be a great thing at least for the black community. But the Asian community, they thinking they're gonna get in these folks' schools, it's not gonna happen. They're gonna start cutting y'all out of them schools. I'm not saying you can't get into no college, but you're not gonna be getting in the colleges like that in the numbers watch. And we can revisit this in a year, and we will see what the numbers are. I definitely want to see it, because California did the same thing actually. Liberal California got rid of affirmative action policy in college admissions, and their numbers of people who wasn't white dropped dramatically right after that. See, Asian Americans, you look at us, I'm gonna say that. When some of you look at us and say we complain, some of you say we lazy, some of you say that we just see race all the time. But see, the problem is, a lot of you immigrant groups that come in here, you think you're gonna play footsie with white supremacy. You think that, oh, well, they like me, I'm a model minority, oh, because I work hard, and oh, I got a business, and oh, I got this, and oh, I got that. You really think that these white supremacists like y'all? See, y'all gonna F around and really find out. And when you really get into it with the white supremacists, you don't realize the bridges you have burned. You have literally burned a bridge that you could have had. Why do you groups come in this country and link up with the white supremacists, knowing the white supremacist is not loyal to nobody but himself? He will use you to do whatever he needs to do, but he's not loyal to you. You gotta remember, they have no problem dropping bombs, atomic bombs, everything else in Japan, and the things they've done in Asian countries. They have no problem doing the things that they've done to y'all. Like, have y'all forgot y'all history, the occupation of the Philippines, what happened in Vietnam, Korea? Like, it's like y'all don't think about any of that history. Y'all can care less about what the white supremacists done in Asian countries. Black Americans didn't even do you anything like that. And yet you come over here and you want to link up with the people. That's the same thing. I just don't get it. I don't get the mindset. You want to link up with the people that's done horrible things in your homeland. Let's talk about China. At one point in time, China was in the third world because of the white supremacists. The only thing that y'all was smart about in China was y'all copied all the blueprints of what America was doing, made it cheaper, put a Chinese name on it, and sold it. Now that was a good thing y'all did, and that's why y'all made a bag too by doing that. And nothing they could have done to y'all about it, because y'all was already manufacturing everything, because they're so greedy over here they want to give Americans jobs. But you have joined with the white supremacists. And when I say this, I mean the white supremacists on both sides. Because they joined with the white supremacists in the Democrat Party to get that anti-hate crime. You understand? They joined the white supremacists on the right-wing Republican side to do this. So they playing both sides. I want y'all to see this. Everybody have no problem coming in this country, walking and stepping on our backs to get what they want, and they have no problem joining with the white supremacists to harm Black people. That's why Dr. John Henry Clark said, we have no friends. Because we see what they do when the rubber meets the road. They are trying to make sure to harm Black Americans so they can get ahead. Now, and a lot of times they do that mess in their homeland too. They hurt other Chinese people to get ahead. So they bring in that culture of hurting their own over here. So they definitely hurt us. They don't care. We're not their people. But this is good because affirmative action just in general benefits more white women than any other group too. See, y'all gonna keep on targeting, trying to do things to think you're gonna harm Black people, and actually it's gonna end up harming the white supremacists too. Because you better believe now, since they struck down affirmative action with college admissions, Trust me, it's coming down. Gender on jobs. That's coming. And what it is and what I've been reading, white men have been turned down for a lot of jobs because of affirmative action, because of they letting white women in. Not even black women, white women. So you better believe, because they said you cannot consider race, you can't consider it in college admissions. Well, the next step is you can't be considering gender when you're hiring for a job. Because remember now, the court said that they're using the Civil Rights Act, the one we fought for, the one we fought and died for. They're using what we fought and died for to unravel what we fought and died for, with these other groups coming in at an arm way. Yeah. So now you got the folks talking about, hey, my civil rights are being violated. When your civil rights ever been approved for anything? You've been having civil rights ever since you got here.
Right.
Black people's civil rights is on lease. Well, every 25 years they have to re-sign the Civil Rights Act. Yeah. So you're using the Civil Rights Act, but they've been using the Civil Rights Act because the LGBTQ community has been using what we fought and died for and gotten more benefits off of the Civil Rights Act than the Black Americans who fought and died for it.
Federal agenda.
Yeah, just like that. So gender is going to be the next one up.
Close off this show, man.
Yeah. And I think it's not gender. It's gender. Eventually, it's going to come up. Well, why are we trying to have these hiring quotas of these black people? Why are we having these minority quotas? That's going to come up too. They're going to say, hey, you discriminated against white people's civil rights, because you're not hiring me just because I'm white, because you having a minority quota. You say you got to have so many black people, so many Hispanics, so many Asians on jobs. That's not right. You're turning me away because I'm white. So you're violating my civil rights. So guess what? I'm taking it to the Supreme Court. And if they take it to the Supreme Court, 9 times out of 10, it's going to go. So, and if that goes, bravo, if it goes, why? Why I'm saying that? White women are the one benefit from affirmative action anyway. It's not black women, it's not black people. Number two, it makes you not comfortable anymore. Because let's call it what it is, Black America. You done got too comfortable. You done got too comfortable. You done got too lazy. You done got too ratchet. You done got just you're not want to do nothing because you got way too comfortable. You don't want to do for self. You scoff at somebody telling you to do for self. What's happening is they're starting to unravel all that comfort from it. And now you're going to have to do for self. You will have to create your own job like we've been preaching forever. Like, hell, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was preaching forever. To do for self. Work within your community. Do for your people. You understand? It's going to get tough. What Biden going to do? See, right now, the Democrats are saying, you see what the Supreme Court is doing? You got to go out there. You got to come vote for us. Vote for Democrats. What is Biden going to do if he gets reelected? That's a lifetime appointment. It is. They don't have term limits. Now, if they were smart, they would say the Supreme Court and all federal courts can only have one 10-year term. That's it. So they need term limits in Congress. They got term limits on the president. Why don't we do term limits in Congress? I'll say that. No problem. All of them should be like this. You gonna go along the lines of the president. You got two 4-year terms in the Senate or the House. That's all you can. Yeah, that's all you can get. Scrap that for every 2 years of election crap, and just do it like the president. And hey, cycle them out. Get them on out of here. It don't make no sense for somebody to be in Congress 30 and 40 years. No. Same thing with a lifetime appointment. If a person's a bad judge, they're horrible, then at least you know, okay, well, shoot, we got to deal with them for 10 years. After that, they out. You understand what I'm saying? That would be the thing to do if you're going to try to do anything, is to put term limits on these federal judges and the Supreme Court justices. That's all you would have to do. You don't have to expand the court, just do that. But they go, and then, you know, let's think about it. If they can get rid of affirmative action, then the next time they can say, well, why do we need the Fair Housing Act? Where you're saying that we gotta rent to Black people. Maybe I don't want to rent to a Black person. Now, just now, today, in the making of this video, a white woman won her case in the Supreme Court, which says that because of her religion, she didn't have to make a website, a LGBT wedding website. She won. So what is there to say that, well, it's my home? Why do I have to, or my apartment complex, why do I have to rent to Black people? I don't really get along with them like that. You're forcing me to rent to Black people when I don't want to. See, you see what some of this stuff starts to go. I'm telling you, it's going now. And for the people that listen to my message since 2018, and for the people that have gotten their passport, they have made relationships with other places in other countries. See, they got options if they want to deal with this mess, if it gets to that, or just say, I'm good, I'm gone. And you do know right now that the American State Department is they say up to 22 million passports behind. That's how many people are trying to get passports right now. I mean, it is a thing of people trying to get passports. Why? Because a lot of people, even white people, see how bad it's about to get. And I told y'all before, one thing I'm always going to do is protect my family. Period. I don't care what none of you say. It is my job to protect my family. And if I have to move around to protect my family, that's what I'm going to do. I can care less what anybody say about that. Because none of you going to protect my family. It's not your responsibility to protect my family. But let's see what happens. Let's see. It's quite interesting. It is quite interesting. It really is. What we see going on. You see that guy Vivek Ramaswamy. He's an East Indian. He got up there talking about that he was going to become president. He will get rid of affirmative action out of everything. Another Asian trying to unravel what Black people fought for. Now, once again, this is what happens when you have people coming into the country who don't respect the history of the country and don't respect even why they had the ability to come here and make money. Once again, one of the greatest mistakes that we did as a community was get behind that Immigration Act, because right now that deal is biting us in the butt. It's not biting white folks in the butt at all. It's benefiting them, but it's biting us in the butt. So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Stay tuned, because it's really about to get interesting in these United States of America.
Family, I gotta stop it right there. We're gonna do a part 2 tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna do a part 2 tomorrow. Thank you for watching. I gotta end it right here. And as you know, Frontline Black News usually goes to a 2-part episode, because it just usually has the food bank in the morning, and he had to lay it down. Busy, like I said. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out the show. We're at 4 hours anyway. I hope you learned a lot. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the name. So tomorrow we'll come back with part 2, and which will be the topics will be Biden student loan forgiveness struck down. Also, white supremacist Daniel Penny pleads not guilty for killing Jordan Neely. Update on Ralph Yurl Case in Kansas City, Missouri. Unhoused Neighbor News, Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps, and Jonathan Majors update. So, we'll be looking out. So that'll definitely come tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have our West Coast correspondent, and Ramel Understanding. Tyrone and everybody will be up here too to dialogue with us on our part 2. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Everything is much better now. Excuse me. Everything is much better now with the internet, but did have like 40 minutes of craziness right there. Thank you for watching Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka Brandy Marie Majors, Lady J, and bidding you a grand evening. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay informed. No reparations, no vote. Hold your vote for tangibles, and expect that from any politician that's asking for your vote. And keep in mind, the black vote is for sale. Stay on code, and yeah, have a decent holiday if you're going to do that. Anyway, stay black, stay dangerous, and see you guys tomorrow for part 2 of Frontline Black News. Coming sometime in the afternoon, like usual. Thank you, and again, thank you for all the viewers who did watch. I don't know who did, but Jesse does. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching. And like I said, thanks. Stay black, stay dangerous, and have a good evening. Sleep well. Peace. Oh, wait, don't let me forget. Also join us Tuesday for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And look for an RVA coming, I want to say tomorrow, because it would be more convenient if I did it tomorrow. So be looking out for that. Not sometime during the week before Wednesday. Anyway, thank you. Have a good evening.